Building for a better world.
这里是中国，它的土地如此广袤，足以容纳面积高达566万平方公里的山地和高原，长度超过150万公里的江河，以及48571条冰川和24880个湖泊。它的景观如此丰富，世界上最密集的高山峡谷区在这里，世界上最壮观的喀斯特地貌在这里，世界上最大、最厚、最连续的黄土覆盖同样在这里。这里是祖祖辈辈中国人的家园。那么，是什么创造了我们如此独特的家园？中国究竟从何而来？如果你也曾有这样的疑问，那么在接下来的视频里，我们会尝试以一个行星尺度的视角来回答这个问题。此时你会发现，问题的答案并不在那些掌握国家经济命脉的繁华都市，而在这颗星球上最突出的一块高地——青藏高原。这一切必须从一场大碰撞开始说起。正如你现在看到的这样，在漫长的岁月中，地球板块不断分裂、漂移、碰撞、重组，陆地形态和今天大相径庭。而在大约6500万年前，一路向北漂移的印度洋板块与欧亚板块迎面相撞。这次碰撞速度之快，能量之大，引发了规模空前的地表隆起，逐渐形成了今天的青藏高原。它是地球上最高、最厚、最年轻的高原，甚至可以与地球南北极比肩，人称第三极。高原之上，一列列超级山脉绵延千里。长约740公里的念青唐古拉山脉，长约840公里的祁连山脉，以及7条山脉南北纵列，如同大地褶皱般的横断山脉等等，每一个都是声名显赫。而蜿蜒超过2400公里的昆仑山脉和喜马拉雅山脉，其长度更是相当于北京到海南的直线距离。山脉之上，一座座雪峰巍然耸立，云南最高峰卡瓦格博峰，四川最高峰贡嘎山，新疆最高峰乔格里峰，世界之巅珠穆朗玛峰等等。地球上全部的8000米级山峰，绝大多数的7000米级山峰，以及数不尽的5000、6000米级山峰，统统居于这片土地。不仅如此，这场碰撞的洪荒之力同时向外围传导，让此前已有一定海拔高度的区域进一步抬升，包括今天的蒙古高原、黄土高原、云贵高原等地区。最终，在中国大地上出现了显著的3级阶梯。从第1级阶梯上的青藏高原，到第2级阶梯上众多的高原与盆地，再到第3级阶梯上的东北平原、华北平原、长江中下游平原等等。中国千变万化的地貌、不计其数的风景，正是在这3级阶梯上依次展布在我们眼前。但大碰撞的塑造并不止于此，它创造出的青藏高原还将彻底改变中国这片土地原本的命运。这是北纬30度线，在它附近，从北非到西亚，大面积的干旱地带几乎连成一片。这是因为，如果不考虑地形等因素，接近地面的地球大气将以一种非常规律的方式流动，这便是行星风系。在它的控制下，北纬30度附近的气流不断从高空下沉至地面，而气流下沉，温度升高，水汽则更不易凝结，因此难以形成降雨。不过，在中国南方，意外却出现了。此时的北纬30度附近不再是戈壁大漠，而是烟雨江南。究竟是什么力量竟能颠覆行星风系？答案便在青藏高原。这里平均海拔超过4000米，能比平原地区接收到更多的太阳辐射。尤其在夏季，地表吸收的能量不断加热地表上方的空气，令其受热上升，从而导致地面气压不断降低，不得不抽吸外围的气流进行补给。于是，一座规模巨大的高原抽风机就此诞生。它的力量之强大，足以大大增强来自印度洋的南亚季风和来自太平洋的东亚季风。尤其是由东亚季风带来的丰沛水汽，彻底击退了行星风系对中国南方的控制，让这里从此摆脱干旱，变得山水宜人，才有了今天文化繁盛、经济发达的模样。但大自然总是追求平衡，由于青藏高原对印度洋水汽的阻挡，让本就因地处内陆而春风不度的中国西北地区变得更加干旱，形成大面积的戈壁沙漠。每逢冬季，强劲的西风又吹起这些戈壁沙漠中的沙尘，沿着青藏高原北部边缘向东推进，直至太行山以西、秦岭以北降落， 最终以全球70%以上的黄土堆积出厚度高达400米的黄土高原。到这里，中国的气候格局就此奠定3大自然区全部形成。不过，这还不是全部，还有一种地理格局也将因青藏高原的诞生而重塑。这种地理格局，当我们将地表上的岩石、土壤和植被全部隐去，方能更加清晰地目睹它的真容。此时在你眼前的是由积雪不断压蚀结晶形成的7万多条冰川，其面积之广阔远超2个台湾岛。此外，还有由冰川融水、大气降水、地下水共同补给形成的1000多个面积大于1平方公里的湖泊，以及不计其数交织密布的河流。即便放眼全球，我们也再难在中低纬度地区找到规模如此庞大的冰川覆盖，也再难找到海拔如此高耸、数量如此众多的高原湖泊群。而正是这些冰川、湖泊，加上地下水、地表河流，让青藏高原化身为一座平均海拔超过4000米的超级水塔。当水塔闸门打开，一众大江大河便以高屋建瓴之势倾泻而下，向四周奔流。在中国东部，长约5464千米的黄河，6397千米的长江，孕育出璀璨的华夏文明。在中国西北部，黑河、塔里木河等在浩瀚的戈壁沙漠中滋润出一片片绿洲；而在中国西南部，雅鲁藏布江、澜沧江、怒江、印度河等，则是一路流出国门，成为亚洲诸多文明的源泉。到这里，中国的地貌、气候和水系的基本格局均已奠定，只待即将踏上这片土地的人们，开启另一场独一无二的创造。而此时此刻，当我们透过6500万年的时空岁月，描绘中国从哪里来的答案，也许很难想象，在新中国成立之前，我们对青藏高原的科学认知还几乎是一片空白。但此后，正是一代代科学家的钻研和探索，才让我们越发清晰地了解脚下这片土地。在那些条件艰苦的岁月里，哪怕随身只有一只计步器、一只气压表和一只从国外带回的罗盘，便要进入无人之境。哪怕一本由苏联专家编写的考察指南，就是当时仅有的参考书籍。但就是凭借这些简陋的装备，科研工作者们也毅然进入高原，
请各位嘉宾抓紧时间就。
Dissident guests, please be seated. Our conference will start at 8:25.
就在这条探索的道路上，印度洋板块仍在以每年44到50毫米的速度北进。季风活动下引起的暴雨、山洪、泥石流时有发生。气候变化带来的冰川退却、冻土融化、湖泊扩张也日益明显。如此种种将如何影响我们的生存和发展，又将如何改变中国？这些问题正等待第2次青藏科考队以及更多科研工作者们去寻找答案。也许科学注定是一条漫长的道路，甚至我们终其一生都无法抵达终点。但我们仍要坚定不移地走下去，因为只有这条道路能支持我们前往那些从未有人涉足的山巅，只有这条道路能帮助我们实现那些宏伟的设想，建设更加美好的家园，也只有这条道路能告诉我们，这片土地和它的人民将会迎接一个怎样的未来。
Where is the third pole? The third pole refers to the unique high mountain region centered on the Tibetan Plateau. It stretches west to the Pamir Hindu Kush region, east to the Hengduan Mountains, north to the Kunlun and Kilian Mountains, and south to the Himalayas, encompassing over 5 million square kilometers, with an average elevation of over 4,000 meters above sea level. The region stores more snow and ice than anywhere else in the world outside the Arctic and the Antarctic. Thus, the name, the third pole. The uniqueness of the region qualifies it as an ecological buffer. Why do we study the third pole? The unique cryospheric, i.e. involving frozen water, Processes at the third pole makes it particularly sensitive to global environmental changes. For this reason, slight changes in climate can result in large-scale melting of glaciers, permafrost and snow cover at the third pole, thus altering the land surface energy balance and water cycle in the region and beyond. Since many major Asian rivers originate from third pole glaciers, the third pole sustains the life of almost 1/5 of the world's population. As a result, any environmental changes affecting the third pole, also known as the Asian Water Tower, can be felt in over 10 countries due to these rivers. It is difficult to achieve ecological balance in the harsh environment of the third pole, and even more so to sustain it. Warming-induced glacier retreat and meltwater, for example, can flood grasslands used for animal husbandry and trigger geological hazards. Therefore, it makes scientific, social, as well as economic sense to investigate the continuing interplay of atmosphere, lithosphere, cryosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere and anthroposphere at the third pole. Since it shapes both the physical and explains the cultural environment of the region, studies also show that the third pole plays a strong role in shaping the global environment. What is the third pole environment? The Third Pole Environment, TPE, is an international program for the interdisciplinary study of the relationships among water, ice, air, ecology and humankind in the third pole region and beyond. It was initiated in 2009 by 3 world-renowned scientists, Professor Yao Tandong, Lonnie G. Thompson and Volker Mossbrugger. TPE has built a global network for scientific collaboration. It encompasses multiple research centers in China, US.
Our respected guests, please be seated. Respected Deputy Governor, Mr. Zhang Zhili, as well as those related dear leaders, ladies and gentlemen, or dear experts. I am Chen Fanhu, the SCS Academician, Joas Fellow, Professor Director of Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research, CIS. It's a great honor for us to embrace the COP15 conference, and also it's a great honor for us to start together with ANSO, as well as the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, as well as those related organizations to hold this ecological civilization on ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau. Hereby entrusted by the organizer, I'd like to extend our warm congratulations to the opening of this great event. I also would like to extend our warm welcome and also our greatest gratitude to our academicians attending today's conference. The conference, the Ecological Civilization Conference, held yesterday, featuring on those related themes, has promoted those core values and those important ideas invested in those different subforums. As we can see that for us, for the Tibetan Plateau, just like the World Water Tower, it covers a very large area, for which the Tibetan Plateau covers different areas, including the rainforest area, as well as the grasslands and the high cold deserts and grasslands and plateaus, etc., which boasts a very rich biodiversity. For us, I like to say that for Tibetan Plateau, it has 6 circles of those different areas. As a result, this has a very great potential in terms of academic research, which incorporates into our national development for goals. For us, for our country, it is equally important for the ecological security as well as water security. These are very key topics for us to look at. Also, it is important for carbon neutralization, as well as the different security issues. for which it is important for our academic research topics and different research areas. For Tibetan Plateau, the ecological civilization system is now being improved and progressed, which enjoys great progress and rich results. Those related industries embedded in this process is also greatly promoted. As we can see that the pilot scheme has presented us with great potential, and it helps us to embark on a sustainable development pathway. Since the year 2003, for our institute, we do not have very limited research staff or academic staff. However, for the national team in the Tibet Plateau research, we are now serving as a vanguard and trying to serve as the forerunner in those related researches. For our institute, we are the first forerunner in terms of the different research topics in those related epics. And hereby we'd like to thank our head, Mr. Zhang, for his long-term support for us to promote related national level research pilot schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see that ecological civilization in its key essence is to readjust those different correlations between human environment as well as the development needs, so as to achieve a sustainable development pathway for us, as well as the development in civilization. As we can see that civilization prospers can bring the prosperity in our human life and those related areas and topics. Also, we need to know that the construction of ecological civilization in the Tibetan Plateau also encounters a lot of difficulties and challenges, just like the melting of the frozen land, as well as those related issues. To construct a beautiful Tibetan Plateau, we just need to join the efforts together with our colleagues and also the dear professors, both from home and abroad, so as to serve the development in Tibetan Plateau, so as to promote the international ecological civilization construction. For today, we do have a great honor to have those distinguished guests and dear professors, both at home and abroad. For some experts, due to the pandemic, they just cannot arrive in person, but they will just present some online speeches. Now, invite our first keynote speaker, Mr. Bai Chunli, the president of ANSO, to do the online video presentation.
尊敬的各位来宾。
Respected guests, our dear colleagues, the ancient lake is now rippling with grand flavor on the occasion of the ecological civilization and ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau Subforum, invested in the 2020 UN COP15 conference. Hereby, we are now trying to promote the theme of ecological civilization so as to build a shared community of shared future on Earth. On behalf of the forum organizers and also ANSO, I'd like to extend our warm welcome to our great distinguished guests and dear professors attending today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on the basis of the grand changes that have not been seen in a century, the universality of human exchanges is ever deeper and broader than before, and those related countries are more frequent and interdependent than ever before. Facing the common major propositions of the academic prevention and control, the ecological protection, and the sustainable development, the international community needs to gather consensus and try to work together to build a community that we are interdependent. Ecological civilization is a cornerstone of building a community life on Earth. China's President Mr. Xi Jinping has talked about the importance of ecological civilization, construction, and biodiversity conservation. We should clearly understand the importance and also the vitalness of protecting the ecological environment and controlling and the control of environmental pollution, so as to be responsible for our people and also our offsprings, so as to construct a good environment for our future siblings and descendants. As a typical area of ecological civilization highline, most of the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is more than 4,000 meters above sea level. It is known as the roof of the world, the third pole of the earth, and Asian water tower. It is the source area of many major rivers in Asia and an important ecological security barrier in China and even Asia. As one of the richest and cleanest regions in the world, the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is also a important area for global climate change and a fragile area of ecological exchange. President Xi attached great importance to the ecological protection work on the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. He had launched the second national Qinghai Tibetan science examination in person and made an important plan for integrated protection and systematic treatment of grass, sand, and deserts in the mountains and forests. Also, according to President Xi's famous saying, that is, losing water and large mountains are valuable assets, we'd like to say that we attach great importance to the protection of environmental issues in Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, so as to construct a harmonious and coexistent place for both human beings and animals and plants. The ANSO is led by CAS and also those related organizations, institutes, and research centers in the Belt and Road regions and countries. It is also a very important international organization which encompasses as many as 46 member countries, as well as 59 national scientific research institutions, universities, and international organizations. By relying on scientific research and institutes with a large group of scientists, the ANSO has also promoted various training projects, research programs, as well as the R&D in medication, as also the transfer of technology, etc., in promoting the cooperation in Belt and Road countries, so as to encounter or to embrace the challenges together to us. UN 2030 development goals. We have made our great efforts in these great cause. Also, as we can see that the Belt and Road Innovation Report is a summary and also a briefing of our efforts in this regard. By centering on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau ecological civilization, the Tibetan Plateau Research Center in CAS is also an important institution for us to look at. They have devoted their efforts in legislation, in setting up different scientific research organizations and alliance, etc., so as to set up the national key laboratory, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear friends, it is our common responsibility to protect our ecological civilization. Let's join hands to contribute our wisdom and also our great strength to the ecological protection of the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. And I'd like to thank you again for your attendance and wish the forum a complete success. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bai. As we can see that he is our ex-president, as due to the joint efforts, the ANSO is organized by Mr. Bai as well as those related experts. We have generated a great impact internationally, for which, as we can see, that the Tibetan Plateau covers as many as 6 provinces and autonomous region It's a great honor for us to invite our next speaker, Mr. Deputy Vice Governor of Yunnan Province, Mr. Zhang Zili. So please. Respected leaders, dear guests, it's a great honor for us to join the Subforum for today to talk about the ecological civilization and ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau, so as to talk about the ecological civilization as well as biodiversity conservation, so as to jointly promote the ecological civilization and ecological security construction, hereby entrusted by the Yunnan provincial government as well as the 43 million people in Yunnan province. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the guests attending the forum. As the Yunnan province located in the southwest of China, which connects those different places, including the East Himalaya, as well as those related places. It has a plateau, latitude of as high as 6,740 meters. It enjoys a very rich biodiversity, for which it is regarded as the kingdom of botanists, the kingdom of animals. It is also regarded as one of the most important ecological security barriers in southwest China. As we can see that it is also an important place in the migrating of the animals in the southwest. Also, due to the biodiversity, Yunnan province is one of the places which enjoys great biodiversity and different species. It is also a place that enjoys a very rich variety of species of wild animals and plants. It is also one of the most representative provinces in biodiversity. As we can see that Yunnan province also faces the fragility of biodiversity, for which they are vulnerable to different situations and factors. For those different species and plants, as well as animals, they are greatly endangered and is about to extinct. For those different places in Yunnan province, including those places have both a cold environment, cold climate, as well as high latitude. Once this environment is damaged, it's very difficult for us to restore or to recover. As we can see that, for those different indicators in Yunnan province has also bring us the potential of the deforestation as well as those different difficulties we're supposed to confront. In recent years, as is directed by our provincial government, we have made great efforts in restoring the ecological security as well as biodiversity conservation, so as to promote the quality of biodiversity. We have set up various different pilot schemes, including at national and international level. By setting up a complete system of those different pilot schemes to make sure that the biodiversity conservation in Yunnan province can be fulfilled, we have preliminarily established a situation for which the human beings and the man and animals can coexist. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see that the ecological security construction is very important for Yunnan province and also the rest of China. As we can see that for us, we just need to focusing on the sticking to biodiversity, ecological security as our most important task, so as to set up those different biodiversity conservation systems, so as to promote the green industries and to strengthen our efforts in investment of ecological civilization, so as to come up with the ecological reimbursement systems, so as to contribute to the construction of ecological civilization. Also, we need to make our efforts in the protection of biodiversity in the northwest of Yunnan province, so as to make our efforts in ecological civilization and ecological security construction. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. As we can see that for the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research, we do have different headquarters that have and sub branches at different places, including Yunnan. For us, since our arrival in Yunnan province, I believe that the environment in Yunnan province is really satisfying. We'd like to thank Mr. Vice Governor, Mr. Zhang, for your wonderful speech. Also, it's a great honor for us to invite Michael Meadows, the President of International Geographical Union. He is also a member of us. We're going to show the video online first.
From Cape Town, South Africa. My name is Michael Meadows, and I'm President of the International Geographical Union, the IGU. It's my great pleasure and indeed an honor to send you a few words of welcome and encouragement as you prepare to grapple with such important issues for the planet. The recent publication of the extraordinary document that is the IPCC 6th Assessment Report has confirmed once and for all that humankind has dangerously altered the nature and trajectory of the global climate. But this is not the only means by which our collective activities threaten the future, and the COP15 meeting will no doubt reflect on and emphasize the extent to which we now face not just a climate emergency, but a biodiversity crisis as well. It's essential that we address such issues in a collaborative, integrated and comprehensive way. Indeed, the IGU itself has a role to play in fostering such collaborative efforts. The fact that the meeting is hosted by China is highly significant because China's vision of an ecological civilization gives us something to aim for, a shared future for all life on Earth. A few months ago, I had the privilege of co-chairing an international panel to review the extraordinary achievements of the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research, ITP. It quickly became abundantly clear that ITP plays a leading role globally in developing a deep and robust understanding of environmental processes on the plateau, and indeed in the wider so-called Third Pole region, and also the interaction of such processes with its human inhabitants. Biodiversity of the Tibetan Plateau is one of the pillars of its environmental integrity, and I'm delighted to see that ITP is one of the co-organizers of this theme session. I very much hope that this will reinforce and reinvigorate the quest for ecological security of this important region. Without further ado, I congratulate the chair, the organizers, and all the participants of this important theme session, and wish you all great success in your deliberations. Good day.
Thank you, Michael. Michael has been focusing on the study of environmental change. He has done extensive research in South Africa. So last time, we are very happy to have the opportunity to invite him to provide an overall review of our work. So at that time, actually we are very happy and honored for that. After the review, and he said that we have developed very well. So I jokingly said, maybe you can come to join us. He said, maybe after the retirement. Also, today, we are also very honored to have invited the Vice President of ANSO, and also the former President of Pakistan Academy of Sciences. He's also joining us online. welcome Muhammad Kwasamjan.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The great Tibetan Plateau has been given a number of fancy names. The roof of the world, the Western Treasure House, and along with its associated mountains, the third pole, because it is the third largest storage of ice and resulting fresh water. The land, mountains, flora and fauna, and breathtaking natural beauty are prized treasures, the prized treasures. The region holds great environmental significance. Besides being rich in various natural resources, it hosts globally significant ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, Tibet has a history of promoting a culture of harmony between mankind and nature. Historically, the people of Tibet have learned to live with their environment by developing a congruence and respect for the biophysical elements that surround them and influence their life. This completely indigenous approach to the region helped in the development of unique perspectives of ecological consciousness and spirituality. So much so that all the natural elements were treated as animate beings with spirit, consciousness, and feelings, not as mere objects. Ecological progress and security anywhere in the world cannot be achieved in a sustainable and long-lasting way without developing a harmony between nature and people. Any progress that creates an imbalance may have negative repercussions. Tibet has a pristine but fragile environment, very much prone to environmental shocks. Therefore, it is essential to take special care in planning and executing any development and economic activity that may disrupt the fragile balance of this pristine region and resulting in irreversible damage to its environment. This approach has become completely unavoidable in view of the threats of global warming and climate change. The idea of ecological civilization, that is Xingtai Wenming, as promulgated by the People's Republic of China, stands in contrast to all human-centric ideas for environmental conservation. Environmentally conscious development is the only pathway we should take to ensure ecological security, avoid environmental degradation, and pursue sustainable development. Although only a tenth of Tibetan Plateau is forested, its overall vegetation, physiography, geomorphology, and its position are playing an important role in global climate change. Indeed, the plateau has a significant impact on the East Asian monsoon patterns through generating and regulating the Asian monsoons and atmospheric circulation of the Northern Hemisphere. Considering that about a third of the world population depends on the rivers flowing from the Tibetan Plateau and Himalaya, Karakoram, Pamir, Tian Shan mountain ranges for its sustenance, the plateau deserves increased but careful attention. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing, I would like to quote George Schaller 2000 statement in inverted commas. Tibet is also known as Xizang, the Western Treasure House. The treasure is not gold or other such wealth, but the land in all its beauty, the mountains and turquoise lakes, the rhododendrons, Tibetan antelopes, and the thousands of other species. The wealth of Tibet and the happiness of its people ultimately depend on the health of the land with all its biological diversity. Before closing, I would like to compliment ANSO and the Institute of Tibetan Plateau of the Chinese Academy of Sciences for hosting this very important event and thank them for inviting me to address you. I wish you successful deliberations, keeping in mind that climate change is imminent global threats. Thank you and stay blessed.
谢谢卡西姆卡。
Thank you. Kwasam Jam, who has been cooperating with us for a very long time, has been to Tibet multiple times. He has a very good concept, as he put it, that the Tibetan people believe that everything has a spirit. Harmonious coexistence between the man and nature is well demonstrated in Tibet. The vast majority of Qinghai province, the land area has been covered by Tibetan Plateau. Now let's give the floor to the Vice Governor of Qinghai Province, Mr. Liu Tao. The floor is yours. Distinguished experts, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to participate in this Subforum, and also thank you for the invitation so that I can have the opportunity to introduce the restoration and protection of ecosystem in Tibetan Plateau and Qinghai Province. Qinghai Province is located in the northern part of this Tibetan, and Tibetan has the richest biodiversity, genetic resources. It is the bank of Jing across the world, and even across the world, it is in a very specific position for ecological civilization. In 2018, when President Xi paid a visit to Qinghai Province, he said that the biggest value and the responsibility as well as potential of Qinghai is in its ecology. When President Xi visited Qinghai again, he further said that protecting our environment is of great importance for China. He pointed out the special position of Qinghai in land resources and the strategy. And our province and the leaders of the province remembered his instruction, prioritized the protection of ecological conservation, as well as improving people's livelihood. Protecting the ecosystem has become our first priority. We are protecting Sanjiangyuan and the water tower of China, further enhance our ecological conservation system, systematically implemented environmental protection, while promoting the Tibetan Plateau ecological system protection. We are achieving new results. We have 8 types and 1 of different natural reserves. In total, there's 109 of them, which accounted for more than 36% of the total landmass, covering Sanjiangyuan, Qinian Mountains, and other ecological plates, playing a major role in building ecological security. Across the province, the coverage of forests is increasing. Desertification areas is decreasing. The coverage of forest has increased to 7.5%. The populations of species are increasing. In 2020, Qinghai Lake has very rich, abundant resources, And the number of these resources and the quantity of them increased by 38 times compared with the beginning. The endemic species Procapra probowski increased significantly, as well as snow leopard. We have very good results for ecological conservation. At the Leadership Summit of COP15 on the 20th, President Xi announced the achievements in the Sanjiangyuan National Park. We are encouraged by his remarks. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the departments and of the central government, the provinces, friends from the media, scholars, leaders, and friends. My greatest gratitude is to you. Thank you. Tibetan Plateau is a gift from the nature. Protecting its ecosystem, Qinghai is shouldering great responsibilities. In the future, we will be guided by Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics in a new area and implemented his instructions during his visit to Qinghai, deeply promoting the high-quality development as well as ecological conservation, building Qinghai to be a highland of ecological conservation across China. The priority of Qinghai will be protecting the nature. We will launch pilot programs with innovative methods, continuously to build a highland for ecological conservation, green development, innovation in ecological civilization, biodiversity conservation. We will firmly stick to the high-quality development path, safeguarding the nature of China as well as people's livelihood. We will make sure the green mountains and clean waters will always be Qinghai's business card. We hope all the experts can continue to pay attention to our work so that we can strengthen R&D scientific research to further promote the Tibetan Plateau's ecological conservation. To conclude, I wish this forum a complete success, and I wish all the friends great health and great career. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. As we can see that President Xi visits Qinghai several times. He's got important directions, especially to build those important lakes, grasslands, forests, deserts, as well as frozen lands. All these are important and valuable resources for us to look at. As a result, the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is very important for us to look at. Also, we're going to invite our next speaker, Zhang Yaping, the Vice President of CAS. So let's welcome. Respected guests, dear leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to be invited to attend today's conference in the Spring City, Kunming during the COP15 conference. It's a great honor for us to have this subforum, Ecological Civilization and Ecological Security of Tibetan Plateau, to talk about the ecological civilization and ecological security in the Tibetan Plateau, so as to promote our construction in ecological civilization and to tap into the connotations of ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau, so as to build this place into a high place. Here, entrusted by CAS, I'd like to extend our warm congratulations to the successful opening of this great event, I also would like to extend our warm welcome to our dear leaders and distinguished guests today. The Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is the third pole of the world, the Asia water tower. As we can see that the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is also a very important place in geological terms. As we can see that the creation of Qinghai Tibetan Plateau has also promoted the rich characteristics in biodiversity, which can present us with rich connotations in the evolution of biodiversity. Also, it plays a very important role in tapping into those related researches. The Chinese government highly esteems the ecological civilization. As early as 1970s, then Premier Mr. Zhou Enlai has just talked about the scientific research plan as well as those development plans. From 1972 to 1982, the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau research is one of the core research projects at national level, which has presented us with the following initiatives in those related researches. Also, we have received some greeting letters from President Xi for those related researches. All this has greatly encouraged us to tap into the third pole of the world to know about the ecological civilization as well as the environmental change in those different areas. The ecological civilization in Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is a very important issue for us to look at. For CIS, as a key research institute at national level, we have kept our mission and try to invest our efforts in those related researches so as to tap into the potential influence of humankind activities, as well as tap into the scientific researches and to come up with the green development pathway. All those related areas and research topics have generated great research findings and results. All these have promoted the ecological civilization construction in our country, which provides important scientific insights for us. At the same time, the institute, that is the CIS, we're also trying to come up with international research schemes and programs by gathering research resources at international level to come up with the collective efforts to establish some co-organized research projects and pilot schemes. All these have contributed to the construction of ecological civilization and ecological security in Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. In the last, I'd like to say that by taking opportunity of this great event, we'd like you to take advantage of this great opportunity to learn from each other, to know about those key topics relating to ecological civilization and ecological security construction in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, so as to feature the ecological civilization construction in Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, so as to promote the ecological civilization construction worldwide, so as to embrace a brighter future for us. I'd like to wish the success of this Subforum. I also would like the success and great health of all our dear leaders and distinguished guests. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang is very busy with different schedules. He is in charge of different activities. Also, he is in charge of TTPE and also our scientific survey and research. All these are closely related and promoted by our research fellows in the Institute of Tibetan Plateau. All these have contributed greatly to our efforts. Also, for the the Tibetan Plateau research program. We have invested great efforts, which starts from 1972. As we can see, that is about the first survey. For the second survey, it starts from the 20 years ago. For us, we find it a great honor for us to invite CIS academician Yao Tandong to give us a speech. As we can see that for those related researchers, they do have a great say for this event. We're going to invite Mr. Yao Tandong to give us a speech online. So please. So we can start.
One of the major second. I'm sorry that I have a meeting in person. Chen told you that I'm here. I'm at another meeting, which is very important for the scientists, Chinese scientists. Scientific. His name is Professor Lin. The Canadian scientists come up first, and Plateau scientific expedition and research. So we're talking about we will have a meeting. Congratulate is 7-year anniversary of scientific research. So we have many senior scientists working discuss about the past, present, so talk about my topic today is imbalance adaptation of watt-hour consequences. The watt-hour is referred to the headwaters of more than 10 equipment, which originate from the third pole and supply water resources to the population downstream. In the headwaters, there are more than 100,000 square kilometers of glaciers, 50,000 square kilometers of lakes, and the total area headwaters 4 billion square. Total planet area all rivers more than 10 billion square kilometers, including all the big rivers. Water resources from this Asia watt-hour supply more than 2 billion people in the region. So what is important is that the Asia watt-hour is among the biggest watt-hour, because globally speaking, there are 78 watt-hour. And the is in the Asia watt-hour. So that's why globally speaking is important. And in addition, supply big population in the more than 2 billion people. And with global warming, the ice in the Asia watt-hour is melting with an accelerating rate. The reason is that the warming over the third pole region is twice as global average. We have a look about different warming process. Globally, it's about 0.19 day per decade. But for the third pole region, on the Asia watt-hour, it's about 0.4 degrees. So that's why it's called Breakout. I'll talk about it. And another important issue is about the and this kind of process is making the imbalance of all there. So for the plateau scientists or scientists work, why is in this what age? And the secondly, what is and the point. So we have made each to say what is as a region in a whole. The situation is that it's waiting. One is new process we have done. And also another very important system is training. And at the same time, yes, all aspects. More specifically, precipitation is generally increasing in the H1 and glacial melting is accelerating, and at the same time, lakes are widening. Talk about volume of all. And the runoff is also because that means runoff produces more water. So if we have overall statement. One is we think we have the only one is imbalance. More specifically, this area is decreased from 53,000 square thousand, and the small area thousand to around 5.3 billion, and that's lake storage cubic meter increased from and the runoff water increased from 500 meters to 7 water. So that's why the balance price by raise up the water and increase that. So this kind of imbalance particularly that was but the first one the northern part of the plateau. The last was in 2006, and we have more in 2008. And then this year we have even more serious ones in India, like Himalaya, southern Himalaya. More than 200 people died. So at the same time, the visual lake outburst flood is very rapid. So you have a look at the right figure. I don't say that the numbers of visual lake outburst very rapid. And also imbalance of visual water is impacting transportation. The outburst of the lake in Chile, northern actually threatened the highway and also the railway from Qinghai, Xizang. So the imbalance of visual water also results in the potential fire because of the warming of make a big amount of ocean. And that kind of process actually triggered the monsoon process. And that's why we had a very serious flood and also rainfall spot in northern China this year, like Kunal province. So many people are talking about studying what is the driving process of that plateau warming in the ocean. So talk about the future. So the general trend of the Asian water is still characterized by the warming and the weight. Talk about the near term from present to temperature will be increasing from 3.2 to 3.3, and precipitation will increase from 11%. And talk about long-term situation, temperature will increase from 3.9 to 4.9 to C, and precipitation will increase from 14% to 25%. So this kind of process will be associated with very strong rainfall, severe rainfall, flooding. For the water bodies, the prediction is that it will be decreasing, glacial air. Basically disappear. A maximum status. So at the same time, the lake will be staying at the runoff region. So this kind of change or imbalance consequences have positive and negative environment.现在可以吗？
现在可以了，
好，
没有共享。
共享。
好，教授你共享上。
Professor, could you please restart your screen sharing? If you use the hotspot of your mobile phone, maybe the connection will be better. Is it better now? Yeah, much better.
Actually have positive
把这个声音放到这。
positive speaking the that's fine. And negative speaking, there will be more frequent disasters, and at the same time, some kind of ecological, ecosystem processes will be more dangerous. That means that some species will disappear in this way. So for the future, talk about the protection, talk about the more serious kinds of Asian one power, within some kind of issues of really challenges for scientists or society. The first challenge is how will the Western monsoon interaction affect the Asian water tower, water resources in different periods. To deal with this challenge, we think that we should focus on the same process of the changes. Because the change in this region, so that one process is caused by global warming or by climate. But then there is atmosphere and hydrosphere, then the society. So we have a kind of a system process view and study and deal with it. And the secondly, how will different water bodies in each water reach their tipping points of change? And what kind of abrupt changes in our system process will trigger? To deal with this issue or this challenge, we think that we should have comprehensive climate change. That means modeling is a major challenge or major target. And the third is also systematic in this case, we think the method is key. Realize and also that means we need a system observation. But actually, we already such content. And one is in the southeastern and Plateau, where the ice collapse happened, and now we have one is set up, and that will be working perfectly. And another one is operations of young, or in Western term is permaculture. So we have kind of a system we call multi-layer sphere observation process from the glaciers, in water, and then mid reaches of the river, and then down reaches of the river. So this kind of process will help to observe the changes, multi-changes, and also help the society for the good of more perfect or more better. So more importantly, we think that this kind of process will be international. It's not only for Chinese stuff. So that's why for the ecological plateau, scientific research, observation, explanation, and research. We are now open to scientists internationally. The whole environment is a platform. So by doing regional ecological environment research, joint scientific organization and research with long-term cooperative partners. And we are planning a new workshop at the end of this year or early next year. We're discussing the case studies, and we will have final conclusion, which time we will have this one. And with this COP15 meeting here, we think that you for second in the Plateau scientific explanation in the research, and finally completed this opening of the new session for ecological collaboration and ecological security, and also open success. Thank you.
好，谢谢姚叔。
Thank you, President Yao. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker presentation. The next speaker is academician Liu Yonglong. His topic is ecological risk management and governance under multiple environmental stressors. He's the chair professor of Xiamen University and fellow of the World Academy of Sciences, TWAS. This is a special introduction. He's our lecture professor of TWAS. He has multiple titles. He's the Pacific Science Association's chair. He has many wonderful remarks published. We are very honored to have him today. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'm particularly grateful for the invitation.
It's a great honor for me to talk about the impact of climate change on water resources in the central. It's a great honor for me to talk about the ecological risk assessment and governance under multiple environmental stressors. Also, we'd like to talk about the ecological risks under multiple stressors, multiple media risk transfer, etc. For this very graph, this very chart, as we can see, this is what we did in 2 years, before 2 years. That is to say, in the 40 years reform and opening up, we have done some researches relating to economic growth and the major pollutants emission. All these have some kind of correlation between these different factors. As we can see that this is some kind of pagoda relationship for this very rapid economic growth, for the urbanization in China as well as industrialization in China. These have also exerted great pressure on our environment. Based on those different pressures, the emission of pollutants as well as the density as well as the risks are on the rise. For this very chart, this is about the pollution-related health risk in major rivers. For irrigation at national level, we talked about the transference of those different pollutants in river systems in China, and we also talked about the outbreak of cancer. As we can see that for those major rivers, they are the food warehouses for us. We talked about those influences for this. This is a place looking for our solution. They suffer from severe pollution For us, as we can see that this is about the polluted rivers for which the irrigation was taken from those polluted water rivers. And as we can see that the consumption of the polluted water has exerted unfavorable influences on the growth of these crops. Also, for us, according to the pilot study and also the survey we have conducted, we have tapped into the water biodiversity as well as the structure of the materials. Also, we've been working on the very transmission of the pollutants in the food chain. We tap into the potential rules, and according to us, as we can see that HBCD transfers in predators and predatizers. Also, it rises according to the increasing of the density of those pollutants. For this very chart, for this very graph, this is what we have published in August this year in Science. That is to talk about the biodiversity, especially the environmental issues relating to the decrease in biodiversity in China in spatial terms. For the human activity, the pressure is very huge. Also, we can see that this is very important for us to look into those correlations as well as the pressure that have been exerted on the environment by the human activities. We have also conducted the pollution and climate change augment ecological risks, so as to see that there's some kind of correlation and also interconnection in those different pollutants. We have come up with some kind of model and try to know about those studies relating to lakes, maritime lines, etc. In general, we like to say that, as is entrusted by our national high-end think tank, we have conducted a overall assessment of bio risks, so as to know about the extent of the pressure exerted on with human living conditions. As we can see that for those we come up with the findings that the West is more serious while for the East is less serious. So for us, we like to talk about multimedia risk transfer and the assessment. For this, we like to see whether there is some kind of correlation. We have conducted the dynamic and spatial change of environmental risks in multimedia, for which we have come up with a model so as to know. As we can see, that it takes as many as 60 years or even more for us to know about the potential risks as well as the influence. For those pollutants, we can see that in terms of the decomposition, in the process of decomposition, with the influx of new pollutants, there will be new risks in terms of the environmental issues. So for us, we're just wondering how does the transmission or the transference exists in this process. We come up with those different media and try to come up with a model so as to study at different levels and perspectives. Also, based on these studies, we have conducted GIS-based environmental risk zoning, for which we have tapped into the distribution of those different zones by come up with the survey of those different samples, so as to know about the characteristics for the transmission of HSDP. For this very slide, I like to say about the DHI MIK11 river model so as to simulate water transportation of FLS and PFOA. For us, we have studied those. The simulated effects is quite satisfactory. Also, we have conducted those different media and indicators. Now we're going to see the difference between the rural areas and urban areas. So this is the reason why we just come up with a multimedia transmission of the pollutants. By studying into this kind of analysis, we can see what is the major pollutant, what is the less pollutant measures, and which area is the most affected area, etc., so as to know about the control area. This is important for the regional control. Next slide. Well, for the multimedia pollutants analysis, we also need to know about to conduct some kind of analysis of the relative risks of chemicals. For us, we just need to compare the media effect and effect concentration with the media measured predicted river concentrations. By studying into the statistics from different scientific research papers, we come up with our own with comparison and analysis to study those statistics so as to know what are the major pollutants that needs to be controlled with priority. So the findings suggest that for us, we do have a large variety of those pollutants. We do have those heavy metals, and we do have surfactant and others, as well as pharmaceuticals, pesticides, POPs, etc. So for us, we come up with this research findings to tell them what is the most important pollutant for us to look at. While for us, we do know about the ecological risks. It means different for different subjects. For us, while we are talking with our administration authorities from the Reform and Development Office, we just try to tell them what is important, what needs to be protected. For us, say for example, in terms of the protection of the fish, we can see for the risks it differs for those different pollutants. Based on these findings, according to the findings we have come up relating to different species and different categories, we have come up with the diagram relayed by in terms of distribution. We have expanded to other sectors by integrating areas, and we have conducted regional multi-compartment analysis research. The next part is about ecological risk governance and response. We'd like to say that the most important part for scientists is that we cannot replace those decision makers. We have interacted with different with our counterparts from different circles. We're just trying to know what needs to be done by us. the answers are that our mission is to provide scientific evidence and try to provide this evidence to decision makers and lawmakers so as to make sure that law enforcement can be implemented by those different authorities. So for us, we are trying to put them to tell them what we can do in China. Years ago, we have also come up with some suggestions by revising in terms of the revision of China's environmental law. We like to say that we just need to come up with the scientific proof so as to revise our environmental laws. So for us, we just need to know about the risk monitoring as well as information management and also the fetching of those proofs. Also, we are supposed to come up with the real-time ecological monitoring system, as is mentioned by Mr. Yao, that we need to come up with those real-time ecological monitoring system. Also, I like to say that can we just come up with the environmental risk information management for us for the positioning satellites as well as the participation from the masses, etc. All these are important, equally important. Then we come up with the emergency reporting system, for which we do have those different regional coordination body at different levels, including the engineering system, including the provisions, as well as mega policies, etc. Well, the most important is that we just need to come up with the monitoring, the coordinating, as well as the oral report, etc. All these systems need to be established. While the most important thing is about coordination at regional levels. For us, we have talked about the food chain for the food security safety in China. As we can see that we have 29 ministries and those commissions in charge of this sector. So how to coordinate the efforts among these different governing bodies? This is also one of the defining and vital issue for us to look at, including the implementation of those regulations and laws, etc. For this is a list we have come up. We do talk about the risk response system as well as the risk management and control system, etc. While against the background of CBD COP15, we like to say that in the multi-biodiversity environment, we just need to talk about the biodiversity conservation as well as the promoting of these efforts. For me, I think for the scientists, the most important thing is about how to come up with a long-time systematic data collection and modeling. This is a kind of case made by Rumsted. He starts from the year 1940s, and he's done a lot of research in these related topics to talk about the benefits and impacts of those models.
So the last one is about the future directions. I believe that for the ecosystem protection, how can we link the ecological conservation together with the human system, and then we can manage both of them? Thank you. That's a wonderful presentation, but unfortunately we don't have time for discussion. Next, we're going to invite Deepak Arya, professor from Nepal Triple Heaven University. Deepak?
Thank you. Can you see my slides here?
No, you need
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the slides okay. Now you can start it.
Is this okay?
Okay, now you show your slides. We can see the slides. You can start. Yeah.
Okay, I will start now. Is that okay? Yeah. Good morning. Ni hao. This is Deepak Aryal from Nepal. I am representing two different organizations, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, as well as Central Department of Hydrology and Meteorology through Bhuvan University. It is my great pleasure to be with you as a speaker in this great occasion. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm going to present about the impact of climate change on water resources in the central Himalayas. The results are based on some hydrological basin study which was done in the western Nepal, as well as some of them are in central Nepal. The major problem, first of all, I'd like to mention about the problem in the topographical variation in Nepal. This is our total station network in Nepal. We have 440 stations. Among them, 106 are climatological. Only 13 precipitation and 3 climate stations in between 3,000 to 4,300 meters. So we almost do not have stations more than 4,300 meters. Now we are starting to install a few more stations in more than 4,000 meters. Last year we successfully installed stations above 5,000 meters also. And the situation of climatic parameter in these regions is we have 3 kind of predictions: near future, mid future, and far future. That is depends on 2021 to 2045, 2046 to 2070, and then after 2071 to 2095. These data are generated from different regional climate model. So about 5 climatic models we use to see these patterns. So all the patterns shows that the temperature minimum as well as temperature maximums, they have a increasing trend. And about the precipitation, they are more or less constant in some region, but still its trend is a little bit increasing. About the precipitation for far future, mid future, and near futures, medians for most cases lies within 50% range. RCM predict increase in seasonal precipitation for some years and decrease in others. Annual and monsoon precipitation shows least uncertainty. There are several water resources, especially considering with the basins of this country, and most of them are originated from Tibet, as well as these tributaries belongs to part of India too. So I classified these systems into 8 or 9. 9 is in general without name. These calculate the small catchments also. The number that 194,471, this include the drainage area including Tibet. So we have 8 different catchments in this country for the water sources. To study the climate change parameter, climate change impact of climate change due to hydrological aspect, we have now selected some small catchments like this one. This one is Budi Gandaki Basin, is located in the central of Nepal. This has about 29% of this catchment lies in People's Republic of China, and 71% lies in Nepal. This catchment doesn't include any Indian parts, but this is a complex mountains in a complex mountainous basin. Significant areas lies in Tibetan Plateau, 30% of this area, this basin is located in the snow and glacier, and mostly these snow and glaciers areas are in Tibet. So results from this study based on some hydrological model, I am going to show you some of the results of climate change of this region, which will reflect the hydrological change in climate due to hydrological parameters in futures. So next is for this study I would like to tell about a little bit about the data. This is data. The data are from Nepal government's meteorological agency, and some of the data that as I mentioned in this presentation, these are downloaded from different websites that are available freely above the globe. So SWOT setup, this is basically done on DEM, soil and land use. Temporal climatic data were from precipitation, temperatures, watershed delineation and discretization sub-basins to HRU. SWOT model, then if we have a observed river flow, then we go for the model calibration and validation. Upload model parameters so on that we have some kind of results. Basically, these are the results from in the above part. We have daily data, and another part is we have a monthly data. Daily data, if we consider for the daily data, we have a calibration factors and this KGE, everything that is we have a good correlation between calibration, validation and entire simulations. We basically consider about 20 years of calibrations and 10 years of validations. So this is above side, this A and B, this A is for the daily, and then next is for the monthly data interpretation of monthly data. NSC is Nash short clips, and P bias is the percentage of bias. So RSR is the root mean square standard deviation ratio. KG here is the Klein-Gupta efficiency. P is precipitation, and if you go for the BGK is this Buri Gandaki, this is river basin. Ka is the first part and the Ka is the second part shown. So we have, according to this, we have our selection procedure for climate change is for 4.5 RCP as well as 8.5 RCP as for warm dry as well as warm wet, and cold dry as well as cold wet. So we have climatic conditions, cold dry PP 10, likewise some cold wet as well as warm dry. So we have a climate change basin. If we consider the basin scales, RCP 4.5, the projected change in annual precipitation are in the range of -9% to +23%, while most of the models shows increase in precipitation. The projected temperature range from 0.6 to 3.1 degrees Celsius, with multimodal mean showing an increase by approximately 1.7 degrees Celsius. If you go for the 8.5, we almost get the similar results. The projected change in the annual precipitations in the range of -11% to +21%, while most of the models shows increase in precipitation. The projected temperature range from 0.7 degrees Celsius to 3.0 degrees Celsius, with multimodal mean showing an increase by approximately 1.9 degrees Celsius. So this is climate change basin. Then we try to study the major thing in this research is about to get the spatial distributions of climate change pattern in this region. This is a very small catchment. It's located both in Tibet as well as in Nepal. So this is the result that we have got. This mainly we have a great change in temperature, minimum temperature as well as maximum temperature in Tibet. So mostly we see this dark red parts. The change in this minimum and maximum temperature is in the Tibetan part than in the Nepal parts. So if we go for the flow data due to these changes, the long-term average annual low predicted by all GCMs for all time windows in RCP.
Hi, Deepak. Slides not moving.
To increase continuously. The relative change in mean monthly flow under RCP 4.5 and 8.5 is projected to increase. Mean flow are expected to be higher in RCP 8.5 than in RCP 4.5. So, in conclusion, what we can say that this is one of the good model to predict.
Deepak, the slides not moving.
In these regions, although this is very topography in this.
Hello, Professor. Your slide is frozen. Your slide is frozen.
Model to get the results for the climatic parameters in futures. The model performed well and was ranked very good, even though calibration and validation of the model was carried out onward using daily flow data of 20 years and 10 years. And some others, I think I didn't go through all. Finally, the takeaway from these results and these findings are the findings will be useful. Findings will be useful for hydrologists and planners.
Deepak, try to move your slides. Your slides is not moving.
Okay. Is this takeaway?
No, you probably have the two slides on the computer. You use the. Yeah, it's moving now.
Yeah, the findings will be useful for the hydrologists and planners in general to utilize the available water rationally in the time to come. Projected precipitation by almost all GCM for all time windows. Both the maximum and minimum temperature projections by all the selected GCMs are found increasing while moving from IF and FF in both emission scenarios. And finally, what I would like to tell you is that we always have to depend on grid aid and some satellite-based informations, which we always have a lack of observations in the area where we really want to go and where we really want to get the information in Nepal side. We have an excellent some ground-based stations around Tibet side, but let's improve. We also are trying to install few more stations above 4,000 meters in Nepal side. So our work is continued due to COVID-19. We are a little bit delayed. So with this, I would like to thank you once again, and I finally thank you for the organizers for providing me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deepak. Thanks for the nice and interesting talk, and also welcome to my institute in the future. Okay,
sure.
Okay, thanks. 下一个我们
So we're going to move on to our next speaker, Professor Piao Shilong from Peking University. He's with the Institute of Tibetan. He's also with the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So, Professor Piao, please. Good morning. For as is organized by CAS, we do have talked about the carbon neutralization. For academician Professor Chen Fahu, together with him and our research fellows, we have been working with those different conferences. So on behalf of this very research group, we like to report on the potential for these these different topics that is about carbon neutralization, a case study on the Tibetan Plateau. According to our research, we can see that we have witnessed very swift global climate warming at global level. As we can see that since the year 2001 to 2020, we have seen an ever-increasing rate in terms of climate change. All these obvious climate change, according to IPCC, that is mainly resulted from the human activities. While for those different research reports, for example, from the first FAR report, we can see that is to say human activities generated various greenhouse gas, which will increase the side effects of such climate change effects. While for us, we are just wondering what countries and which regions are attributing to world climate change in global warming. We have distributed and also we have differentiated the attribution to global climate change and also the global warming. As we can see that the biggest attributor is United States. Then we do have Europe Union as well as China. While for us, we are less important in terms of attribution to climate change. For we Chinese, we do have come up with the carbon neutralization objectives. That is to say, in the year 2020, we have come up with our vision in this respect. While for us, for carbon neutralization, we like to know about the peaking of carbonization as well as the climate, as well as the carbon neutralization. For us, it will take us 30 years, and the United States, the time is 43 years, while for EU, that is 71 years. For us, we just need to reach such a grand goal within such a short notice. We just need to come up with 3 aspects by integrating those different efforts in carbon neutralization. While for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, it is very important in carbon neutralization because of the rich biodiversity in that very area. At the very moment, for us, the natural reserve areas accounts for a very large share, and at the very moment, the ecological system has a great potential for carbon deposition, while it accounts for as many as 39.4 billion tons of carbon deposition. So for us, we just need to make sure that this kind of deposition can be achieved instead of emitted. We need to know that for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, that is important can enjoy an increase in terms of the grasses and green coverings. For those different researches conducted by the Tibetan Plateau Research, we know that the global warming can help us to increase our or to expand our area of forest. Also, I like to say that for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, it has a less density of carbon dioxide, which will benefit the increase in the forests in those related areas. According to our research conducted in Nachi, we can see that with the increase in carbon dioxide, the grassland can also increase as much as 26%. This is about the deposition of carbon. As we can see that the areas in those places in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau area, the carbon emission is much lower than the rest of the country. But the per capita emission is much higher. So we do have the potential to be optimized. For the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, it has a great potential in terms of solar energy, wind power, water power, hydropower, etc. As a result, it's one of the important sources for us to look at. For us, we are trying to come up with our research targets. That is, we are trying to disclose the correlation between the human activities as well as the potential contributions we can make. We have come up with the bottom-up as well as the top-down research methodology by integrating those different road maps as well as the carbon deposition as well as those different models and potentials. In the past 30 years, according to the monitoring and surveillance statistics, we can see that the grass coverings in Qinghai Tibetan Plateau can witness an increase. For this, we can see that these are about the results we like to report. That is to say, the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, the carbon deposition accounts for as many as 110 million tons of carbon dioxide, accounting for 10 to 16% of the national level. As we can see that the carbon neutralization is realized or fulfilled in that very place. While for the future, we like to say that the carbon neutralized deposition can increase for as many as 90%, but that is great potential, but still we do have a great risk. That is to say, due to global warming, we just need to pay attention to the potential decrease. While for the potential or the future grassland ecological project, it has a ever-increasing potential by which we are supposed to pay attention to the side effects or the risks, potential risks. That is to say, for those frozen lands, the carbon has been deposited. While with the global warming, we just need to pay attention to the potential that those deposited carbon may be emitted. So this is a major risk for us. Well, for us, we like to say that how can we increase or to find a new pathway to come up with the low carbon emission without affecting our life quality. For us, I like to say that we just need to explore and try to develop new sources for recyclable or new resources of energy, including the solar power, hydropower, as well as recyclable power, etc. Well, by the year 2030, we can achieve the carbon emission for as many as 322 billion tons of carbon dioxide. For us, we like to say that by constructing the natural reserve protection project, as well as strengthening our efforts in the decrease of carbon emission. We can just come up with the carbon deposition. Also, we can establish our efforts in the recyclable energy as well as recyclable hydropower, etc., so that we can just come up with a zero emission of carbon dioxide by adopting those recycled resources. Also, we just need to construct green infrastructure by constructing green buildings as well as green energy system, etc. These are about my major points for the report. While for us, we like to say Qinghai Tibetan Plateau is an international ecological civilization construction pilot or a vanguard. We do have very limited individual carbon emission. This will provide us with great potential in terms of carbon deposition. As a result, we can come up with these pre-existing advantages and try to build it into a pilot scheme in terms of carbon neutralization and carbon deposition. Also, we like to say that for those who are interested in joining our research team, you can please feel free to let us know. We do have those different pathways. The first, we do have 3 teams. The first is led by academician Professor Chen Fahu. Also, we do have one more team that is led by Professor Liang Eryuan, and the next is led by me. Thank you. Thanks for your listening. Thank you, Professor Piao. Even though the work is conducted, is initiated by me, we are doing the teamwork. We like to say that Professor Piao has made great work in this work. Professor Piao has also published an academic article in Nature, for which it is estimated that the carbon deposition accounts for as many as 1 billion. With the time passes by, it has been proved time and time again that the estimation is precise. This is what we did in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. For us, it accounts for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau accounts for 1/3 of our total land area. As a result, it has a great potential in carbon deposition. While due to global warming, we need to come up with different measures and try to come up with ecological barrier projects. As a result, it has great potential. For us, it has a potential at national level by presenting itself as a very important contributor in this regard. For us, it has a great importance in terms of the dual security.
So that we can build the Tibetan Plateau as a highland for ecological conservation as well as carbon dioxide emission cut. Now, next. So, on this topic, we have invited a guest who have done many work in building ecological security barrier, and the Professor Wang Xiaodan, who has won the Ecological Advancement Award. So, the floor is yours, Mr. Wang Xiaodan. Thank you, Professor Chen, for giving me this opportunity to share some of those progresses as well as our thoughts on the construction of ecological security barrier of Tibetan Plateau. My report consists of 3 parts. The first one is because recent years people have been paying attention to ecological barrier, and some scientists have different interpretations with something more about the biodiversity or ecological barrier, and some may focus more on the topography and landform. I noticed some of the experts focused on the monsoon, its adjustment, climate regulation functions. So I think barrier, the term here, has a very broad meaning. In 2005, when we started to shoulder the task of construction of ecological barrier of the Tibetan Plateau, at that time we wanted to first get the information of the basic information of the plateau, and then also because the Tibetan Plateau shoulders the responsibility of providing services for future generations, as well as providing a ecological barrier for neighboring countries. But in my opinion, this thinking is quite narrow, and because at that time Tibet has proposed that they need to protect the ecology. So from the ecology perspective, we've given a kind of a narrow interpretation of ecological barrier at that time. In terms of the building of the barrier, and this is the theory system, there are 3 systems, areas. We have the areas for forest, areas for shrubs, and areas for meadows. So based on the 3 areas of barriers, we have established a system, and the first is the protection system, with protecting the objects of these ecological parks where human activities are limited. And the second protection is about these areas that with extensive human activities, there are many degradations, for example, like the degraded areas and desertification areas. And the focus here would be about the restoration of the nature system. And the third protection is more of supporting the previous 2. With the 3 protection systems, we have finished the barrier building. In order to achieve that end, there are 2 major tasks. The first is a gradual ecological system protection. So speaking of the building of the barrier, it can date back to 40 years ago. At the different stages, the central government has given huge support. At the earliest stage, we have phase 1, phase 2 protection projects for the Henduan Mountains. It is worth mentioning that last year at the 7th Tibetan Plateau Work Meeting, we proposed that we want to build Tibetan Plateau and its ecological security barrier as a highland, as a role model for China. Because this project is not just about nature, but also about people's livelihood. And this is a huge change of mindset of our work, because we have taken people's livelihood and economic and social development into consideration as well. There are several major tasks worth mentioning. Since 2000, there are 3 major key planning being approved by the country, with a total investment more than 100 billion yuan. More than 1/3 of the land area of the plateau are under protection. So this is the largest ecological environmental protection project across the world in terms of one single nature territorial unit. with huge amount of investment. So it has really good in biodiversity protection effect, given the topic of this, the theme of this forum. So let's now look at the effect, because we have been working on this for a very long time with a huge investment. What kind of progress we've made, what are the remaining issues, how can we carry out the future work, and also would you like to launch or release the ecological conservation achievements of the Tibetan plateau with substantial data, because we've done an assessment. The assessment is first about the implementation, and the second is about the effect created or brought about with the implementation. Since 1988, we have implemented an ecological project, and then later on we started the afforestation, which covered almost 2 million hectares of land. And the second is about the grassland, because grassland is one of the major ecosystems, and it covers the widest area on the plateau. And it also receives the most active efforts of environmental protection on the plateau. Then there are some other treatment projects about the erosion of soil as well as desertification. Speaking of the implementation of these key projects, the first one is the barrier building in Tibetan. We've done an evaluation. The overall situation is because of the barrier, we have a very smooth operation in terms of building the barrier. And the second, with its main focus or the main achievement being the Sanjiangyuan Natural Park. And for Hengduan Mountains, a key project, we don't have a really specific planning for it, but we carried out work in the forestry management and water and soil erosion management, desertification, grassland project, and each has some work being done. In terms of the Hengduan Mountains ecological protection, which has already been set as a role model project, has been implemented very successfully as well. These are the achievements. I think mainly can be divided into 3 categories. We've evaluated the changes of the total ecological system of the plateau. Now let's look at the first one, is the total changes of the layout or the general situation of the plateau. We have divided it into 3 phases. And you can see that the alpine ecosystem, original native system, has been protected very well. And then a good change is the fragmented of the ecosystem has been gradually integrated. And then the ecological functions are improving as well, improved 5%. And second is about carbon sink. Every year, the Tibetan sucked the carbon around 130 million tons. So if we just say that the carbon sink has increased 5 to 10 times, so preliminarily achieved carbon neutrality. And then this is a very typical project, flagship project. We have returned the farmland into forest. Previously, we were concerned that the alpine cold areas, the effect of the project won't be very ideal. Normally, but this area is kind of dry, so the result is satisfactory. And the second part, what we evaluated, is about the effect. We've done a lot of afforestation and protected the native forests, and which have improved the forest coverage by 10%. And the Yajang River basin, this desertification situation of this area has been hugely improved. There's some data as you can see. In terms of the biodiversity, as you can see, Tibetan antelope increased significantly to more than 200,000. Then we come back to the relationship between climate change and human activities, which is a very challenging topic. We try to answer it at all times, but we think if we want to define it quantitatively, it's very difficult. But if we do it like semi-quantitatively, it won't be easy. However, we cannot get around this question. We have to answer it. Therefore, we've done a quantitative evaluation. The first one is about the grassland. We've done the monitorings of the climate conditions, 18 of them in total. As you can see that post-2020, the climate change impact on grassland is decreasing. We're not saying there will be zero impact. There will be some, but it will decrease. It will decrease. So then we've choosing a small river flow of the Henduan Mountains to evaluate the impact. On the right, as you can see, the climate change impact on the mountains will reduce gradually because of this ecological conservation project we are implementing. And the ecological conservation projects will have positive effect on these mountains, as you can see on the right bottom chart. A summary: through building a barrier on the Tibetan Plateau and through our analysis, we think the projects in the various provinces have been completed very successfully, and some of them even exceed our expectation. So the structure of the ecosystem is very stable. The general improvement of all different areas and targets is around 3 to 5%. However, the ecosystem is still fragile. It's a long-term effort. Thank you.
Also, we have the last presentation that is about how to detect the human footprint in alpine ecosystems. This is a video presented online, so please watch the video.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this short communication about the human footprint in alpine ecosystems. The concernedness about ecological civilization implies always a questioning about the dimension and the age of the human environment, and the question how to detect the human footprint in the environment. The perception of human impact on biodiversity and natural resources is variable in times and societies. Rural, pre-industrial societies have different requests and therefore different perceptions than urban, post-industrial societies. However, the knowledge about the naturalness of an environment is in every respect useful to avoid damaging impacts or to manage rehabilitation of natural resources. To show these changes in perceptions, we look on a situation late 18th century in northern Germany. Pastures are degraded, classified as desert, and these deserts were in 1921 declared as the first nature conservation area in Germany and developed into a tourist attraction. The same changing perceptions of nature may happen with the grasslands of alpine meadow in Qinghai province. At the moment they are degraded by a 40% cover of poisonous plants. These are nicely flowering, and maybe for post-industrial urban societies this is a nice scenery for pre-wedding photos. Alpine ecosystems are remote, difficult to access, mostly beyond the limits of cultivation. They are sparsely populated, they are perceived as natural and believed to be lately intruded by humans. They are the last of the wild, the Shangri-La, and they are the holiday resort of modern urban societies. Two examples of different perceptions on that environments. First, alpine meadows of the Tibetan highlands, the world's largest pastoral high altitude ecosystem, 450,000 square kilometers in extension. Second, southern Tibet, treeless environments, semi-desert, but the rainfall allows tree growth at least in areas with more than 250 millimeters annual rainfall. So the question is, were there natural forests once, and in last consequence, do trees make forests? To detect the unrecognized, it is useful to go back to two encouragements of the era of the Enlightenment, late 18th century. Lichtenberg recommended question everything at least once, even if it's a statement 2 times 2 is 4. And the most famous encouragement of Immanuel Kant, what is enlightenment? Have the courage to use your own reason. So with these encouragements we go back and ask, what is the human footprint? A human's footprint testifies only for the presence of this human, not necessarily for the human footprint in the environment, the shaping of a human landscape. So the imprints of feet and hands in the tufa of hot spring only shows that people enjoyed this wellness resort. The key question is if humans in general shape their environment. The oldest indications for shaping go back 2 million years in savannas of Northeast Africa. The authors of this article state that we have burned landscapes, and they say naturally burned landscapes. I doubt, and they cannot prove that it is naturally. Human's presence does not necessarily create a human environment, so it is not a question of population density, but the question which tools humans use to change the environment. And the most effective tool is fire. We are the fire species. All islands show as soon as humans arrive the onset of a fire-managed environment, provided there's enough biomass, enough plant mass to be burned. For examples from humid mountains with enough phytomass to be burned. New Guinea, Paramo grassland with fragmented forests. Northeast Africa, Erica groves surrounded by Afro-alpine vegetation. South American Andes, Polylepis forests, these green spots in Paramo grassland, and Juniperus groves in alpine meadows in northeastern Tibetan highlands. For examples, fragmented forests in humid mountains. Semi-arid high-altitude shrublands are widely perceived as natural alpine vegetation. That is true for the Helichrysum splendidum heathlands in the Bale Mountains, southeast Ethiopia, for cushions of Acantholimon astragalus in the Pamirs, for Caragana stipa splendens pastures in Qinghai, and for the Sophora heathlands in southern Tibet, all naturally believed. So if we think of measures, of tools to detect, to test what is natural, the first technique is of course palynology. If it is possible to identify human impacts in the pollen spectrum, we can say this years we have an impact and a changing environment. This is Lake Luanhaizhi, Qinghai province, and we can see that there's a drop of forest pollen in a time which is a favorable forest climate, a climatic mid-Holocene climatic optimum. So that is a human signal and certainly not a climate signal. Pedology, soil sciences, anthracology help us to reconstruct changes in the environment. In these soils of an alpine meadow, charcoal of spruce 9,000 years ago showed that forests had been burned here. And the same is shown by charcoal and wood fragments, fossilized wood, under alpine meadow soils in Qinghai, around Qinghai Lake. Alpine meadows are the natural vegetation, so it's believed, and experimental grazing exposure can test it. So if alpine meadows are the natural vegetation, they would not change after exposure of grazing. They change indeed into a tall grassland, overgrowing the grazing lawns. So this gives evidence of its livestock grazing dependent status. Another technique to reconstruct environments is vegetation ecology. Treeless environments, like here in the Yalongzangbo River, in climates which are suitable for forests, is the greatest challenge to environmental research, and that is why I have to introduce the lonely tooth hypothesis. This lady, of course, had once a complete set of teeth, and the last tooth witnesses the original status, and the same is true for trees and forests. If we admit that trees make forests, then a single tree signifies the former presence of forests. So these black dots stretch 650 kilometers west of the current forest border and signify the former presence of forests, but not a closed forest belt. So the forest relics show extended forests. The phylogeography analysis of populations show that we had no closed forest belt. Another technique in reconstructing environments are historical documents like this wall painting, where we can see that timber is brought to a construction site from a slope which is today tree-less, and it wasn't in the 9th century. Experimental reforestation using endemic tree species is another test to check the human footprint. Southern Tibet, we collected seeds, raised in a nursery, planted trees, and 20 years later the trees are growing well. And this is the status in 1984, and this encourages us to see this GIS model of the potential forest area. So experimental reforestation may give us a chance to reverse damaging impacts. So in the conclusion, we can say that interdisciplinary attempts are needed to unveil the climate-driven evolution of the high-altitude human environment. Up-to-date results suggest an increasingly older age of human intrusion and interference, yet independent proxies are needed analyzing archives older than the Holocene and the last glacial maximum. My prognosis is that high-altitude mountain areas are not the last of the wild, but a long-lasting human environment. Thank you for your attention.
According to our agenda, we're supposed to have a tea break for 5 minutes. We like to thank all our for the subtitling. It's a great honor. We do appreciate your efforts. Thank you. So we're going to have a tea break.
第二次青藏科考队介绍，在气候变暖变湿的背景下，亚洲水塔正在发生失衡。固态的冰川、冻土、积雪等在加速液化，液态的湖泊面积快速扩张，冰川融水径流量在明显增长。这种失衡导致了环境风险的加剧和冰崩等新型灾害频发，同时可能引发季风环流的重新调整，从而影响中国东部和亚洲环境。第二次青藏科考队开展了亚洲水塔3维立体高空水汽传输观测实验，同时建立了雅鲁藏布江色东浦沟冰崩堵江灾害监测预警体系，为区域防灾减灾提供了新的有效技术保障。
我们去年花了1年的时间，就在冰崩的这个现场建立起来了实地的实时观测体系，一系列的科学的设施全用上去了。同时，这个现场观测的体系，它通过卫星传输，可以实时传输到我们拉萨部和北京。如果是有冰崩，它有一定的信号就会出来。
我国第二次青藏科考首次获得了可可西里湖泊的水下地形、水质剖面等数据，显示该区域湖泊水深相对较浅，多数湖泊近几十年来扩张20%以上，盐度也随之下降。第二次青藏科考启动以来，已经获取青藏高原70多个湖泊超2万平方公里的实测资料。
接下来我们再来关注一下青藏科考的相关消息。中国科学院青藏高原研究所日前发布消息，我国第二次青藏科考首次获得了可可西里地区大中型湖泊的水下地形等数据，为区域水资源利用和可持续发展提供了基础数据。
科考队历经32天，全程1400公里，考察路线覆盖了可可西里自然保护区全境，首次全面测量了该区域7个主要湖泊的水下地形，并获取了水质剖面数据。科考队还采集了大量的湖泊沉积样品等，并钻取湖泊岩芯10只。考察结果显示，该区域湖泊与西藏南部地区近似面积大小的湖泊相比，具有水深相对较小的特点。近几十年来，随着降水增多和冰川退缩，该区域湖泊面积明显扩张，水量增加，多数湖泊扩张20%以上。随着面积的扩张，不少湖泊盐度也随之下降。青藏高原第二次科学考察启动以来，已获取70多个湖泊超过2万平方公里面积的实测资料。
近日，记者从中国科学院青藏高原研究所获悉，我国科学家首次获得了境外喀拉昆仑山脉的深冰芯和湖芯样本，为中巴经济走廊建设的灾害风险防范等提供重要的科学依据。
本次科考区域位于中巴经济走廊北段的帕米尔高原和喀拉昆仑山系交汇处，也是西风与季风交汇处。在第3级冰川总体加速退缩的背景下，该区域冰川相对稳定，甚至部分冰川前进。关于这个异常现象，一直是国际关注的焦点。在为期108天的野外科学考察中，科考团队在喀拉昆仑山脉冰川海拔5600米处，共钻取了总长超过110米的冰芯，收集了自海拔5250米至5600米区域的多个梯度雪坑剖面样品，并在2个湖泊中各获取了4根湖芯样品，为高分辨研究该区域1000年尺度的气候环境变化提供了研究介质。未来，科考团队将对钻取的冰芯、湖芯样品进行氧同位素、黑碳等数据测定，建立南北向跨境观测大断面和垂直梯度观测体系，为中巴经济走廊建设的灾害风险防范、气候变化应对和绿色发展等提供重要的科学依据。 此外，科考团队还采用直升机进行了机载雷达冰川测候工作，获得了第一手的冰川结构和厚度数据，为极高海拔区冰川自动化探测工作积累了经验。
近日，中科院青藏高原所科研人员在综合分析过去50年积累的数据后，系统总结出青藏高原湖泊变化的时间演变规律、空间格局等。研究发现，未来短期内，青藏高原湖泊将继续扩张，青藏高原中北部湖泊整体增长，南部湖泊减少。同时，大部分中北部湖水降温，南部升温，北部湖泊结冰期比南部湖泊更长。日前，这一成果发表于国际地学顶级期刊《地球科学评论》上。
中科院青藏高原所和地球环境所联合团队历时多年，在青藏高原北缘西昆仑山前海拔3300米的最高黄土台地中心，成功钻透黄土地层，获取了长达671米的黄土连续岩芯。这也是迄今世界最厚的完整黄土岩芯。研究发现，北半球高纬度冰量增加和全球变冷是驱动亚洲中纬度地区360万年以来干旱气候和西风环流演化的主控因素。这一成果为深入理解亚洲内陆干旱化与全球气候变化的相互作用过程和机制提供了新的证据。
冰芯钻取工作暂时停止。经过综合考量，科考队员决定撤回雪山峰顶营地，在大本营原地休整，等待新的钻探设备。
我现在所在的地方是三江源冰川考察分队的大本营现场。经过昨晚的一场大雪，这里可以说是雪过天晴，积雪的厚度大概在20厘米左右。那么在接下来的日子里，科考队员们将在我身后阿尼玛清雪山6000多米的地方继续进行钻取冰芯的科学考察活动。
经过3天的休整，等来了新设备的科考队员们摩拳擦掌，准备登上营地继续钻探工作。10月31号，在维格勒当雄冰川积累区顶部，海拔近6000米的钻取点，科考队员成功钻取了总长度为170米的高质量山地透底冰芯。冰芯取出后，要测量、登记、封装、标志，然后由直升机运回大本营，储存在冰柜里。最大程度的保存冰芯的原始状态。
这冰芯一般保存温度是多少？
基本上零下18度以下。刚才看到的是16度，因为刚才打开之后，然后这个温度损失的有点多，所以它恢复一会儿，估计就能到零下20度。
这冰芯可以，它主要是为了
那个
用什么指标来？
请各位
Distinguished guests, please come back and take your seat. We are going to kick off the third session. And the panelists, please come onto the stage. And we are about to have our panel discussion. Dear guests, please come back as soon as possible because our meeting is going to resume.
长的透底冰芯。
哎呀，都不进来了。
好，请大家就坐。
Okay. Please have your seat. Because we're a little bit over time, please come back as soon as possible. Okay, I think we can kickstart. Distinguished academician Chen, experts, scholars, friends, and also friends tuning online. Good morning. Welcome to attend Subforum 6. I'm the moderator Liu Xiaowen. I'm from South China Institute of Environmental Science under MEE. Our institute has been focusing on green development, and we are the only green think tank in Guangdong province. Today we are very honored to have representatives from universities, the government, and the private sector. They are Mr. Hu Weiming, the Vice Governor of Qinghai Province, and Tash Turan, Governor of Huangnan Prefecture of Qinghai Province, and Mr. Lin Zhen. And Professor Zhang Yuhuan, Mr. Zhao Haiping, and Mr. Xu Jianchu from Kunming Botanic Research Institute, and Mr. Guo Jiaji, Professor from Yunnan Academy of Social Sciences, and Mr. Chilai Tajigo, Party Secretary of Trinxi County of Tibetan Autonomous Region, Madame Joma Trush, Secretary of Science and Technology Bureau of Chengdu Municipal People's Government of from Tibetan Autonomous Region. And welcome all of you to attend this panel discussion. From last session, we've heard some of the introduction from our experts about Tibetan Plateau. As you know, that Tibetan Plateau is known as the roof of the world, Asian water tower, and the third pole of the world. It is very important for Asian and the world's ecological conservation. It has some specific ecological features and biodiversity. President Xi proposed that we want to build Tibet as the ecological highland of China. So focusing on this key topic, we will discuss two subtopics. First, how should we recognize the ecological conservation in Tibet and its importance? So based on that, the second subtopic is about the pathways for us to build or establish a sound ecological system on Tibetan Plateau. So the first topic, well, we are going to build the Tibetan Plateau in terms of biological conservation and environmental protection. What is the content and what are the implications? Now, first, to give the floor to Mr. Hu Yiming. Thank you, distinguished guests, experts, friends. Good morning. I'm from the Environmental Department of Tibet region. Today, I'm very honored to attend the Subforum, the Tibetan Ecological Security and Conservation, and also I'm very grateful for Southwest China Institute for organizing this panel. South China Institute, sorry. As you know, that Tibetan Plateau has its largest part in Tibet, and Tibet is known as the roof of the world, Asia's water tower, the third pole of the earth. It is very important. So the content and implications of conserving and building the ecological system of Tibetan Plateau, as you can imagine, is of vital importance. So I can talk about some of my personal thoughts and experiences about building Tibet as a highland in terms of ecological conservation. There are three aspects. First, building the ecological security barrier in Tibet is a strategic requirement for us to implement Xi Jinping thought on ecological conservation. Since the 18th NPC, President Xi, on multiple occasions, have made important remarks and given instructions, especially during his visit from the 21st to 23rd of July this year. He had made important instructions, and these have pointed out the right direction for us to build an ecological civilization. Therefore, we should start from the strategic perspective to contemplate on his instruction and comprehend them so that we can fully implement the instructions he has made about the ecological conservation and the security barrier building in Tibet. eventually, so we will be able to provide a satisfactory solution or answer results to President Xi. That's the first point. Second, building a sound ecosystem in Tibet is about the substance and development of Chinese nation. It is also a key part for China's great rejuvenation. Tibet is playing an irreplaceable role in balancing the ecosystem and protecting the ecology of China. So we must be responsible for this historical mission and practically safeguard the ecosystems in Tibet, including the forests, the grasslands, the glaciers, so that we can make our due contributions. That's the second point. Third, while we are building the ecological environment system in China, it's a necessary path for us to build Tibet as a highland of ecological conservation and building a beautiful Tibet. So this is a long-term mission. Starting from the historical and strategic missions, we should formulate working plans. And in the spirit of the large mountains and lucid waters are invaluable assets, as well as an integrated management system for all kinds of ecosystems, so that firmly implement or make use of the results that we've got from the Tibet Plateau exploration, scientific exploration, and promote the integration of ecological improvement and the improvement of people's livelihood, lay a solid foundation for low-carbon green development, and then have a modernization that boosting the harmonious existence between man and nature. Fourth, I think this is a common pursuit for all of us. Promoting the ecological environment building requires us to focus on this, including the scientists, to study the issues and also delve into the details. Then eventually we can make use of the scientific results from these explorations, and they're going to serve as scientific foundations for our future work. I hope that these experts can continue to support and provide guidance for the development of Tibet Plateau. We will actively participate and support the second exploration and to achieve high-level ecological conservation and protection, effectively building a security barrier. Thank you, Mr. Hu Weiming. Now, next speaker is Mr. Mr. Lin. Thank you for your invitation. Actually, you should be our president to attend this event. However, our 69th anniversary of the founding of the university is drawing clear, so he has to be attending that event. Therefore, I'm attending this event on his behalf. Beijing Forestry University has cultivated more than 200,000 talents in ecological conservation. We have a green teaching, service, innovation, R&D systems. It's fair to say that we have provided a vital support for the ecological conservation in China. We also have an ecological conservation promotion association. And the university serves as a think tank. I majored in humanistic sciences. So here, I would like to talk about the building of ecological conservation highland of Tibet from a culture's perspective. First, The building of ecological conservation in Tibet is a priority for China's effort in this regard, as well as the building of beautiful China. Tibet Plateau is the roof of the world, the third pole, the Asian water tower. So it has very rich biodiversity. And also, it's a very important ecological security barrier for China and Asia. And due to the increase in population and human activities, there were some partial degradation, which requires more protection and governance. There are also some ethnic groups, indigenous groups living there, who have just got rid of poverty. Now we are marching towards the building of a moderately prosperous society and leaving no one behind. So that's my personal interpretation of the term highland. In terms of the content, President Xi has pointed out that ecology is our most valuable resources and advantage. In 2018, President Xi proposed that we are going to build an ecological system. In the 14th five-year plan, ecological civilization has been incorporated and highlighted. If we want to do that, we must have a system to build the ecological system. First, the priority should be put on the restoration of nature, namely ecological systems, and to achieve a vicious circle of ecological security. And second, we should respect nature, follow its rules, protect its values and system. Third, we should build an industrial ecosystem and have economic system. And fourth, we should always prioritize ecology, green development, to build a very efficient production space and habitable living space, wonderful nature environment. And fifth, we should have a good and sound treatment system for all the problems. As you can see that we are now calling for wider participation of the society, including the government, the private sector, for the management of all the ecosystems. And then we will focus on rule-based governance. The next one is we should treat the root causes go back to the root causes and have a good management.
The fifth is that we need to come up with scientific planning by which we are supposed to integrate scientific study and researches, so to make sure that we can just come up with scientific elements. So as we can see, that is a great cause for us to look into. Of course, for us, we just need to work hard. We just need to do this one generation after another. These are what I'd like to share with you. Thank you, Professor Lin. We're going to invite Madam Zhang to give us a hearing. Our distinguished guests, it's a great honor for me to enjoy this ecological civilization and ecological security of the Qinghai Plateau. For me, I do work on these related efforts. I'd like to share some thoughts. For the construction of ecological civilization, it is one of the key thoughts embedded in Xi Jinping's thoughts on the characteristics and thoughts of those related ideas. For us, that is a very important topic for us to look at. It helps us to know more about what possibilities and potentials we can tap into. While for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, it is one of the very important place which enjoys rich biodiversity. Also, with for this very place, it covers 30% of the national territory for this great place in the process of the development against the background of construction of ecological development. Also, in terms of green development, the promotion of the ecological civilization, I'd like to share some thoughts in this regard. The importance can be reflected in three aspects. The first is about the ecological civilization construction in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau can bring us various securities in terms of territory security, our energy security, etc. All these have been demonstrated in President Xi's remarks during his visit to Qinghai and Tibet. Also, throughout the construction of the coexistence, we can see the green carbon, low carbon development, as well as promoting the value of those related products. All these have been demonstrated in those 6 provinces and autonomous region in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau region. For us, I also would like to talk about how to implement by integrating 5 key elements. The first is to promote the flush, the low sea water, and green mountains are valuable assets thoughts. As for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, it has a very distinct characteristics with those related functions accepted and recognized by us. For us, how can we come up with the green gold concept? We just need to come up and try to explore the pathway for us to look more possibilities so as to come up with a new prospect. The second connotation is that we need to focus on ecological environment by featuring those important aspects so as to know about the hills, forests, as well as grasslands, etc. in terms of scientific management. Also in terms of the restoration, we can come up with a beautiful high plateau. The next is we just need to know about the appropriate distribution as well as the development for those related aspects. For us, throughout that process, for the stipulating of those lining zones, as well as those important distributions and propositions, that is equally important. For us, how can we come up with a optimization and consolidation of all those important aspects? How can we come up with the optimization and also the management of those related areas? This is equally important. The fourth is we just need to come up with strict systems as well as the guarantee system so as to make sure that the ecological system can be guaranteed and can be maintained so as to make sure that the construction of the system enduring among that very place or that very area can be guaranteed. The fifth is that we just need to join our efforts to manage the area collectively. According to the previous presentation, we can see that while we are leading the cooperation in countering global climate change and global warming, the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau has great potential. While for us, for those related initiatives, we do have talked a lot about that. We also talked about carbon neutralization for all those research results. How can we guide those 6 provinces and areas in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau area? All these are important aspects for us to look at. By doing so, can we just come up with those great initiatives? So these are about my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Zhang. We're going to invite our next speaker, Professor Xu Jianzhou. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I'd like to say that I visited Tibet in 1988, for which we are trying to research into the Tibetan medication. I do have contact with the rich culture and civilization in Tibet. Also, we can see that we do find lost and recovered professors' bones remainings in the big snow mountains in the Dianxi area. I have just come up with my findings relating to Tibet, and as we can see that we are the hometown to the Tibetan culture. Well, we can see that for this ecological civilization and ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau refers to the home of those related cultures. For us, for the Chinese civilization, we are developing by following the Yangtze and the Yellow River. For the future, the ecological civilization, it lies in the mountain areas, or the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau areas. That is about ecological civilization. While for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau area, it lays in the converging point of those three different civilizations. While also we can see that we do stay at a converging point of those different civilizations. So for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau area, that we just need to focus on the ecological civilization. I've visited Bhutan for several times. It is not a sample for not just for serving as a sample for not just by promoting a national happiness index. For us, we like to say that for the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau, it is a sample for ecological civilization. For me, I think that is a really important time for us. Also, I like to say that why ecological civilization is related to the mountain areas, or especially for us, I like to say that for the scientific research as well as innovation in science and technology, for those related express railway system as well as surveillance system, all these can help us to know more about those different studies. By adopting the high technology or cutting edge technology, we just need to know about what we can do.
Second, why ecological conservation is linked or can be linked to the Tibetan Plateau is because Tibet has a very long-term history and a very brilliant history, and especially the Tibetan people in Yunnan province, Guizhou province, and Pamir Plateau, even the Central Asia. I've been to the northeastern part of India so many times. I'm the only Chinese that are so familiar with this area. And I noticed that these people and these places have been influenced by the Chinese culture, so there is a historical root there that is very important to carry for us. And the third is the natural resources. We have biodiversity resources, water resources, and land resources as well. That is to say that we have a very good material foundation for ecological civilization building. That's the third point. Fourthly, what I want to say is that the future is uncertain because of climate change and other factors. And also, as other experts mentioned, the carbon sink, water resources are all uncertain. While we are receiving water and we have uncertain water supply still. The third is that because I used to work in the International Mountain Center, I was responsible for natural disasters. the interactions of these geological factors and the natural disasters brought by those factors are uncertainties for us. But here, in the future, we have these guests and scholars, experts here. We do have some hope. I'd like to mention a UN chapter. A UN chapter because I'm working in the mountain field. We can build a circular economy to build a beautiful world of 3.0 and to fulfill the objective of the UN system. Thank you. The last topic, last question speaker will be Mr. Zhao Haiping. Thank you, moderator. I'm a practitioner in ecological conservation. I have been inspired by the previous speakers. The Tibetan Plateau and its the content of the ecological conservation of the plateau is very important. I want to start from the perspective of my personal work because President Xi attaches great importance to the ecological conservation of Tibetan Plateau and the Qinghai province. He has given us 3 requirements. We have to focus on the values and potentials, which has very precisely captured the relationship between ecological conservation and Qinghai province. And he specifically said we should build Qinghai as a highland of ecological conservation for China and even for the world. So we have to implement his instructions and fulfill the requirements he has proposed. We are now building the Sanjiangyuan National Park, which is a pilot program. Since 2009, we have jointly launched the building of the ecological pilot province, including the forums in this aspect have been organized. President Xi has sent his congratulatory letters for this forum, and this forum has drawn wide attention from this field. And in government, we have 2 strategies: the priority for ecology, and second, high development for people's livelihood. And at the provincial level, we have 8 action plans. And what I think, we should delve deeper into the concept of ecological conservation and do some explorations at 6 aspects. First, we should strengthen the community of a shared future between mainland and nature. Since our establishment of the national park, the whole province of Qinghai have demonstrated the concept of respecting nature, following its rules at all aspects, not just about the top formulating of policies, the launching of programs in the market, and also all the way to the public. Let me give you an example. I guess you may know that the Tibetan people, indigenous people, are very keen about environmental protection. When sometimes they persuade people to protect the nature and through citing the code of conduct of the villages. And well, from a science perspective, because they are the sources of waters for these great lakes and rivers, the Yangtze River, the Yellow River. So if there's any pollution at the source, all the river system will be polluted. They have sound knowledge in this regard. And the second, we are exploring the green mountain theory. There are various examples. I'll just give you one. We have the ecological keepers, and that's a policy for us to improve the livelihood of local residents. The Sanjiangyuan area is limited to develop other sectors because its priority is about ecological conservation. So we had to focus on improving local people's livelihood. Well, those keepers, they have responsibilities, and also they have a great sense of honor of being able to do this work. In Sanjiangyuan area, we have 17,000 keepers. For each of them, we give them 21,600 yuan per year, which can guarantee their livelihood. And that has also lessened their material stress on them and helped them to do better work in the management of the natural park. During their work, they have these banners and they have a badge. When they talk to people, guide them, they always pointed to the badge and said, I'm the keeper of the country of China's national park. So as you can see that they are really proud of their work, and that's a change of people's mindset. And third, we have carried out effective work in the systematic management of the mountains, waters, rivers, grasslands, and deserts, the varied ecosystems. We have built in some charity afforestation programs which hugely boost the ecosystem. Now, since President Xi has proposed the integrated management of all the ecosystems, we have carried out some transit areas and as well as explorations in Guoluo State, and among other states we are trying out the systematic treatment of desertification, including places like Heitu Tan and Heitu Po, which was severely degraded previously, but now they have been hugely improved. So I think from these projects we have some technical experiences that may be useful to all of you. And now we are adjusting and optimizing these protecting areas to better reflect the concept of the national strategy. And fourth, we have some innovative measures, including the building system, accelerating our law introducing and enaction. We have 6 opinions, which each of them are working documents, and 48 regulations. In addition, we have carried out a biodiversity research, including go into the communities to do some promotion events. We have some explorations in traditional culture in the Qinian Mountains and other areas. On top of that, we have organized some schooling and schools for ecological conservation. I'm particularly delighted that President Xi announced at COP3 the first batch of the national parks. Sanjiangyuan National Park is one of them, which is a huge encouragement to our work. Apart from Sanjiangyuan National Park, we are now also working on the Qinian Mountains National Park to step up efforts and accelerate the progress. And also some work have been done in Qinghai Lake National Park. So what I want to say is that if we respect nature, protect nature well, nature will be very generous to us. And we will definitely achieve the ambitious goals. I do welcome all of you to come to Qinghai Province and Tibetan Plateau. Give us more support. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. From our 5 speakers' remarks, we can summarize that some of these important content and their importance of building ecological civilization in Tibet. There are 6 highlands. First, elevation, because Tibet enjoys a very high elevation. It is the third pole of the world. And second is the highland of ecological conservation. The previous presentations and speeches of our speakers have shown us Tibet and Tibetan Plateau has a very unique ecological system, and it is also the source of a source of water for these major lakes and rivers in China. It serves as a very important ecological barrier for all the ecosystems. Through the remarks, we can see there are stressors on Tibetan Plateau because of the fragility of the ecosystem and this very harsh natural environment. While we are doing the restoration, there are huge stress and challenges. And they have also mentioned that on Tibetan Plateau we have a very diverse ecological culture, especially the Tibetan people. Their tradition and culture is highly compatible and integrated with our concept of ecological conservation. We believe that their experience and wisdom can help us to enrich the content of ecological conservation and also provide some useful pathways. And fourth, the highland for economy. Although Tibet has a very high altitude, it has very sound and good natural resources, which provide huge potential for our implementation of the Green Mountain and Lost Water are great resources. During exchange with other speakers, we said that the Qinghai and the Yushu are going to be maybe one of the richest places in China because all the trees you can see here, the greeneries are going to be turned into assets. But how to do the transition or transformation is the biggest challenge in front of us. Some of the experts also mentioned that based on the specific conditions, both natural and cultural conditions of Tibet Plateau, is it viable for us to build an ecological space, culture, economy, habitat, and system based on the local circumstances so that we can more targeted in terms of to be more precise in terms of implementing the instructions made by President Xi Jinping. Also, the academician mentioned that with the exploration of the Tibetan Plateau, we should explore the changes and the patterns of on Tibetan Plateau in terms of climate change and the natural resources.
We need to come up with the scientific management as well as the administration of those places, so as to provide scientific research support for those different topics. So this is why I just regard the previous sharing as important. This will also help us know more about the connotation in ecological civilization and ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau. Now we're going to move on to the second part by featuring the topic of the pathways for the construction for such works. First, we're going to invite the Chashi Tehran as our first speaker. Respected ladies and gentlemen, our dear leaders, it's a great honor for me to share our experience in this regard. While for the Huangnan state of Qinghai province, we do have a very important experience because this is also a very important place for the climate change, also for biodiversity conservation place for the local government in the process of promoting the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau ecological civilization. I think we need to do from the following points. The first is we need to learn more in terms of philosophical studies while we are promoting the core elements or the core work of ecological civilization. We need to know more about the concepts, to know about the directions, to find the pathways, so as to implement President Xi's thoughts and thinkings on ecological civilization, so as to build the various important directions in the construction of ecological civilization in the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. This is what I regard as being important. The second is we need to fortify our efforts and strengthen our efforts from the government perspective. That is to say, we need to come up with the strictest requirements so as to implement the series of guidance from the central government, so as to implement those work and efforts, including the reduction in emission as well as the reimbursement or the policies, so as to make sure that all the people living in our area can integrate and try to participate in such efforts. The second is we need to strengthen and try to encourage the participation from the masses or from the people's perspective, because that is a very important work for us to embark on. For us, we need to encourage and try to help advocate the enthusiasm from our people. For we are so glad to see that people from our place do know about the importance of ecological civilization. They have their thoughts shared, and they do have a natural perception which is embedded in our blood of ecological civilization. Because of our perception of the importance of ecological civilization, as a result, for those people, our people just actively participated in the collection of garbage and recycling, as well as the protection of the sources. They have become a very important part or force in such efforts. In the next, how to encourage them and try to help them to act as the owners for this very place. That is important. The fourth point I like to share is that we need to know to strengthen efforts in the transformation effort, to transfer our advantage in resources into our advantages in economic terms. In the construction of ecological civilization, try to promote the favorable cycling of those different parts. So these are all about what I like to share with us. Thank you, Mr. Tashi. We're going to invite our next speaker, Mr. Guo Jiaji. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to share some thoughts on my research. On this very event, with so many scientists, for some experts like me from the social circle, it seems difficult for me to bridge the differences. Well, I like to say that ecological civilization, in terms of the important role played by social science, I think that is important. As a result, I like to say that we just need to try to transfer our traditional civilization, our traditional culture. And also I like to exchange our thoughts from Diqing, the Zhang Autonomous Prefecture, to, according President Xi just visited Diqing once, and during the visit he said that for those people living in the mountain areas, we just accommodate and we just coexist with the natural environment. We do have our own natural living style. We just need to try to advocate and encourage this kind of harmonious and sustainable way of living, even though it is spoken in Tibet. While it is very important for we teaching Tibet ethnic autonomous prefecture, that because for us we do know about the traditional culture embedded in the Tibet ethnic group. For us, for this kind of civilization as well as the environment, it is well kept. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, we have embraced into a new era of development. While in the years for which development is our topic, we like to say that the previous way of development seems to be very rough, especially in terms of the cutting of the forest and deforestation. In 1997, we do have a flood in the Yangtze River, which resulted in the forbidden of the cutting of the trees in Diqing. This has made us into a very embarrassing situation, for which the local government has its revenue from the cutting down of the forests of the trees. While at that time, for us, we are supposed to turn to another pathway that is about innovation and renovation. There we do have a fiction or novel titled The Lost Horizon, which was shot into movies, and that was important to us because for doing in that very movie, we can see the green mountains and the blue skies. For all this, that is called Shangri-La. That is what we call it, the paradise of human beings, which is regarded as a secluded place for us. For this very place, by looking into this very topic with the concerted efforts from the prefecture government, we just integrate all these different elements into our local culture. And with our efforts, we just were approved by the State Council to turn Zhongdian County into Shangri-La. This has brought various kinds of people from the rest of the world to this very place to pursue their dreams. This has brought us into a high speed of development in Diqing. As we can see that we do have a large amount of tourists coming to Diqing. As a result, tourism has become our primary industry and tertiary and secondary industry. As a result, as we can see that by focusing on our traditional economic sector, we can come up with a new pathway of development. As for some of those people, ethnic group, they just can earn a large amount of money by just serving those tourists. As we can see that this will also help us to enhance the harmony among different ethnic groups. This kind of pathway has turned us into a very place, Shangri-La of the world. Thank you. Thanks for sharing with us. Now we're going to invite Choi Taji to share with his thinkings. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, our dear leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's a great honor for me to stay in the wonderful Yunnan to talk about the construction of ecological civilization. Now, I'd like to focus on green economy as well as the prosperity embedded in that process to share with us the rest of us. For us, we do have a total area of 1,000 square meters, for which we do have as many as 42,000 people. It is one of the best places in Lhasa. Also, we like to say that with the directives bestowed from our central government, we tap into the correlation between ecological civilization and our economic prosperity. We are striving to come up with a new pathway for green development to make it sustainable development. We just work on the following aspects, including establishing or building a green barrier at national level, so as to build ourselves and achieve a 100% approval rate of the soil and water system. Also, we have done work in various aspects by setting up the first wild animal rescue center and protection center, for which we do have set up various wild animal protection areas by preserving the biodiversity. Also, we have established various awarding system in biodiversity for preserving biodiversity. The first, also we are implementing the green development so as to make sure that the lucid water and flush mountains are valuable assets can be implemented in Qushui County. Also, we integrate various green energy sectors by introducing new energy and hydropower supply, etc. Also, we are continuing to promote the decrease in the utilization of pesticides and fertilizers, so as to build the green sector or green economy in Qushui County. Also, we are exploring how to promote the integration of both tourism and health industry to make ourselves the back garden of Lhasa municipality. Also, we do advocate the ecological civilization philosophy and encourage our people there to participate in such great cause, so as to promote the construction of mountainous of Tibet, of the green garden construction in the Tibetan Plateau areas. Also, we advocate our lifestyle of low carbon by adopting President Xi's thoughts on green development. Also, we have learned from those various remarks and directives so as to adopt a way for green development and strive to construct a very important model and try to make sure that we do have the green mountains and lucid waters. Next, also, we'd like to invite you to pay a visit in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Madame Drama Trush. Hello, moderator, experts, friends. My name is Drama Trush. I come from Chengdu of Tibetan Autonomous Region. Now I would like to share some of my thoughts. Chengdu is located at the eastern part of Tibetan Autonomous Region and the upper reaches of the Langtang River, and the Chengdu region is rich in natural beauty and natural resources. It is a like a hub, transportational hub linking Tibet with the mainland China, with China. Since the 18th Party's Congress, Chengdu Municipal Party Committee and government has always adhered to President Xi's thought on ecological civilization and building the ecological system, a beautiful China. All of these efforts are based on our own advantages of good ecology. We are now making full use of the good environment as our strength. The rivers that go through the towns and villages have reached at least level 3 of national standard. We have 100% of good days, good air quality throughout the year. We have more than 80% of forest coverage, more than 118 ecological civilization villages. When President Xi went to Lingzhi this year, he stressed that we should focus on the systematic management of all kinds of natural ecosystems so that we will better develop and protect the natural environment of Chengdu. We firmly believe that the Green Mountains and the Lucille waters are our invaluable assets, and also the glaciers and snows are our assets as well. We have good traditions in protecting the grasslands, and we want to make a difference, stick to the bottom line of the red lines. First, we will develop our specialty industries. Green energy and green industries have been included into the 14th five-year plan for the city. And second, we will introduce projects into the city, and we will continue to keep zero mining industry in the autonomous region. We will take coordinated efforts to deal with the daily waste treatment, safeguard our bottom line of ecology protection. And we are going to set up these monitoring stations at various sites, serving the ecological safety of Tibet, as well as the building of ecological system. We will continue to implement Xi Jinping's thoughts and concepts with leveraging technologies to achieve high-quality development. First, providing guidelines. We are going to put ecological research as one of the priorities. And second, carry out promotion events to raise people's awareness about environmental protection. Third, carry out pilot programs in areas to boost the economic development of the area. And fourth, we are going to set up innovation centers for academicians and the researchers so that we can better optimize the research, laying a solid foundation for the ecosystem. Fifth, we would implement and fulfill the responsibilities of ecological conservation to make our area as a role model. And sixth, we will help the private sector to play a bigger role in ecological conservation. To conclude, let us join our hands to protect the biodiversity to build a beautiful world. Thank you. Thank you, Madame Drama Trush. Lastly, we will give the floor to Gasang Goyotsen. Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the invitation. I have the opportunity to attend this forum and have the opportunity to speak to you. It's a very precious opportunity. So I'd like to introduce the basic information of our company. Tibet God Ecological Animal Husbandry Industry Development Company Limited was established in 2017. It is a wholly state-owned company headquartered in Kama Village. We have in total 112 employees with 30 college graduates and 59 previously impoverished people. The company has opened 8 sales centers in Lhasa. Now we are trying to implement the green concept of development into our industrial and manufacturing practices. With many explorations, we have established a green organic operation concept or system. We take active measures through actively investing in these facilities and trying our best to turn the natural resources into our advantages. We have established a 18-1 development model and optimized the dividend sharing mechanism so that more farmers can share the dividends of our growth. We are doing more R&D in the dietary products, cultivating brands featuring alpine characteristics. Now we have registered 44 types of trademarks. We have 1 World Guinness record. We have registered Natri Yark as a geographical identificator. On December 7th, 2020, the company has obtained many verifications in terms of the organic grass, organic yak milk. So we are helping the people to get rid of poverty. Since the establishment of the company, we have the poverty alleviation milk, poverty alleviation fertilizer, short-term employment, purchasement of cows, grass transfer, long-term employment, etc., etc. We have helped 4,720 households. In total, there are more than 23,000 people. We have provided more than 46 million yuan to help these people get rid of poverty. To conclude, I want to thank the organizing committee again for giving me this opportunity, and I'm sincerely inviting the experts and leaders to visit our company so as you can help us to accelerate the organic, green, and sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Gassam, the chairman of Tibet Great Ecological Animal Husbandry Company. Our speakers have talked from different perspectives about their approaches to implement the concept of ecological conservation. I think there are 2 commonalities. First, we should hold high the banner of ecological conservation and to meet the 3 requirements of building Tibet as a highland in this regard. And second, we should borrow experience from Tibetan people, the ethnic group, their wisdom, their practices into our work. And also, we should mobilize the general public to participate in the efforts of ecological conservation of the plateau. So eventually, this work will be guided by the government and supported by the experts, participated by the public. In terms of the Green Mountains and lucid waters are our invaluable assets. There are various approaches and policies. Different places should apply and explore innovative policies in line with their circumstances. We have heard that there are several pathways for us to turn nature resources into economic development opportunities. There are also tourism, cultural tourism, ecological tourism. These pathways and experiences are really valuable for us to build Tibet as a highland in this regard. So I think we have finished the discussion of the two subtopics. We discussed the content and methodology for us to build Tibet as a highland, because this is a very broad topic which could cover so many things. But I believe our discussion will provide invaluable experience and input for our future work. I think we can conclude the panel discussion. I want to thank the panelists for their participation, and also I want to thank the friends tuning online. Next, it's the achievement launching session. We would have to invite the Executive Director of ANSO Secretariat, Mr. Chao Jinhua, to the floor to moderate the launching event.
好啊，那个咱们进行这一节的这个活动啊，尊敬的各位
respected leaders, our dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also our friends online, it's an honor for me to join the following session on ecological civilization and ecological security of the Tibetan Plateau. I'm Cao Jinhua, the Director General of ANSO Secretariat. It was established in the end of 2018 as organized, led by CAS, as well as those related scientific research and institutions. Was founded in China. It is a non-government, non-profit academic research association. First, we'd like to thank all the speakers. Thank you for your wonderful speech. For this very session, I'd like to share with us what ANSO had done in improving these various roles played by ANSO to fulfill and to implement President Xi's directives on the plans for establishing a shared future, so as to make sure that ANSO can contribute in this great cause. For ANSO, we have now distributed the report on your desk. You can just refer to the report. It was organized, it was initiated by the president of ANSO, Professor Bai Chunli, with the joint efforts from different parties and different partners. We worked on the shared development of we human beings to talk about the possibilities. Now we're going to invite the Executive Secretariat, Mr. Ni Xiaowei, to talk about the details relating to the report. Due to our limited time, I'd like to give a very brief review from editorial board. The background is that based on the initiative of BRI as directed by President Xi. We do promote the scientific innovation in the innovation of BRI. As we can see that we do have embedded the thoughts of innovation on the second Belt and Road Forum in international cooperation. This is the background for our work. This is also, we do have those related background information presented before. As we can see that we have just introduced our work before. Also, for ANSO, our work is try to build a innovation pathway for us embedded in the Belt and Road Initiative. Also, we do have received a letter of congratulation from President Xi to encourage us to deepen our capacity in innovation embedded in the Belt and Road Initiative. Also, this is about what we did in the past 3 years. For the Secretariat, we are now starting to compiling the series of books by featuring the Belt and Road Innovation Development Report. For our organization, we do have as many as 59 research institutions organized with various scientists to talk about those related topics and integrate them into the annual report in that very year. For this year, for the Belt and Road Innovation Development Report 2021, it focuses on the new era in the post-pandemic era by featuring the theme of the Belt and Road community of shared futures in health. So, as is directed by President Xi, we are also trying to organize our innovation development report. This is our editorial board, for which we do have those related experts and professors, for which the report for this year have been divided into 6 chapters. The first chapter covers the great important events, as is we do have set up various programs, including the scholarship projects, as well as the innovation think tank, the transformation or the transference of technology, etc., including those new paradigm for international cooperation. This is about the first chapter. For the second chapter, it's about science and technology in the fight against the outbreak of the pandemic, including the forecast of the pandemic, as well as the research and development in vaccines, etc. The third chapter is about environmental health, because it is closely related to the health of the human beings. This is also a common question, that a common problem shared by those Belt and Road countries. We covers those issues, including water protection, those environmental issues, etc. The fourth chapter is about green development, by tapping into the shared challenges for those Belt and Road countries. By studying into the real station, we also have come up with our own solutions. The fifth chapter is about the innovation pathway, because innovation, scientific innovation is the Belt and Road innovation pathway is the core element in it. The 6th chapter is about food safety or food security, because we regard food as our most important thing for every developing country. We, especially for those in the Belt and Road countries, we are large countries in terms of food production. While for us, how can we increase our capacity in food security? This is a big question for us to look at. This has also, for us, our work has been greatly approved and encouraged by those related experts. According to President Bai, he responded by saying that this report is good and needs to be referred to those related commissions and offices. In the last, as we can see that the Belt and Road Initiative was proposed by President Xi in the past 80 years. For us, we are trying to provide global products. There are as many as 140 countries with 132 institutions and 206 scientists that have signed agreements with us to provide us as important force in promoting innovation in the Belt and Road Initiative. This is what we have done. Thank you. Thanks for your time. So any suggestions or questions or suggestions are welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nie. We do have a lot of encouragement, and also in terms of the scientific planning, we do have a lot of experts who are capable of joining our efforts and contribute your wisdom and also your expertise in this cause. As we can see that we do have a lot of initiatives that can be implemented, and according to the UN agenda, the 2030 reform continual development goal, it has been passed. While during the past years, as we can see that the report in the year 2019 in UN suggests that we do have diverted our pathway, which is different from our initial plan. So for us, for the continual development, for those challenges, we also have a lot of thoughts that have been shared for a research team from Beijing Normal University. They have shared their thoughts on how to fulfill the SDGs completely and systematically, so as to encourage the efforts from different parties and to implement the SDG in short term with great achievements can be secured, so as to promote the work effectively in the long term based on the scientific findings. While for ANSO, for us, we have been actively investing ourselves into that very effort. We'd like to invite our next speaker to report on the progress online. So Professor Li from Beijing Normal University, the Faculty of Geographical Science. So please, the floor is yours. My topic is about categorization, consolidation, as well as sharing for these different epics. This is about the main outline for us. The first is about the SDG proposed by UN, including various aspects like environment, society, etc. In the previous years, SDG has great achievements, while due to the impact such as global climate change, the deadly conflicts, as well as stagnation or imbalance in economic development, the mankind or the human society has diverted from the said pathways, and the achievements made even was in danger. Also, there are various factors, just like the COVID-19 pandemic has also affected the fulfillment of SDG. As we can see that 17 sub-goals in SDG is closely related or indirectly related to these issues. The second is that food, energy, water has also been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. As we can see that FEW, which refers to food, energy and water, is irreplaceable resource in the development of our existence. Due to the outbreak of the pandemic, there are various challenges. The third is that those dry areas in those areas, the inappropriate ecological restoration projects might also restrain the fulfillment or constrain the fulfillment of SDG. The fourth is that even though various initiatives or those acceleration actions that have been proposed worldwide, while there seems to be some kind of imbalance in the supply of the speeding up SDG, while also it is on the cost of those different needs at different places. This might even endanger the fulfillment of the SDG. Also, we have proposed the systematic plan for the post-epidemic era by holistically promoting our SDG. The first is that we need to do some kind of classification. Also, we need to have some kind of evaluation by assessing the impact of the COVID. Also, we need to consolidate and coordinate different countries and regions, try to come up with those related solutions. The second is that we need to do some kind of correlation. First, we need to consolidate our efforts domestically.
We should participate in the reforms and also these multilateral platforms to coordinate the development of different regions. And second, we should coordinate different departments. On one hand, we should have better coordination among different departments, and on the other, there shouldn't be any contradictory policies among different departments. And in terms of the long-term and short-term policies, we need some coordinations as well. While achieving our short-term targets, we should focus on the stability and attainability of the long-term targets. In terms of coordination, we should have more coordination in the economic sector, but also in the cultural aspect, we should have more cooperation and promote ecological conservation, providing more policy guarantees and capitals. This is a brief introduction of the report. For more details, please pay attention to the launched or released report. Thank you for Mr. Lee. Next, we are going to submit the report to the UN for deliberation. UNESCO and the Biosphere have proposed the 15th anniversary, and so we'll take the lead and talk to the representative of UNESCO to China and the Chinese Endangered Species Committee and the Botanic Institute of CES, we have held an exhibition of the beauty of life on Earth, main and biodiversity in protected areas. And there are knowledge about protection, photos taken by the activists, indigenous people's stories, which demonstrate the status quo of biodiversity protection and progresses. And at the moment, the exhibition is being moved to the Kunming Botanic Institute. Now we're going to just play a clip of 2 minutes to get a glimpse of this exhibition.
Today's event exhibition aims to contribute to the 15th meeting of the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity.
Together we can and we will make a difference. Together we will contribute more to the maintenance and development of the harmony and coexistence between man and nature.
Wish this exhibition a great success and hope you all enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Great models for creating sustainable livelihoods. And also, biosphere reserves are not just about biodiversity. There are many examples here. Like we can produce honey which can be produced in the most environmentally sustainable way.
Thank you for paying attention and for watching. And this exhibition will be going on at the Institute for more than 2 months. You will have the time, and please go there to have a visit. Now I will give the floor to Academician Chen. So I will just address here. Thank you for participation. Based on the design, ecological conservation involves the government, the private sector, and the academic circle. Thank you for your participation. For the guests who are going to attend the closing ceremony of the forum, please go through Venue 6.